I think this is working. I think this is half working, to be honest, but nonetheless, welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good day and a good yesterday. Before Monday, or since Monday. Not before Monday, since Monday. We have some good news potential. We'll see. I'm almost certain that it's going to be good news for some of you, so that's pretty good. Good news for Lymph. Lymph got a bit of an update for myself, but this is just a me tool, so you don't really care. I mean, you care because it's useful for the stream, but other than that, that's about it. And then we have some new repos to take a look at, which is pretty nice. There are some other images that we need to do for Stony in order to get the browser to be browsing properly and have like good presentations and shit. So that's going to be the main point. I think today we have a lot of I guess marketing, and that's the plan of the title of today. I think it comes up to marketing, and I don't like it. I don't like the marketing. You know that I don't like the marketing, but I think we have no choice. So yeah. So branding for arrows, branding for noms, branding for lymph, as and potentially branding for sleek is the whole thing that I need to do, and all of that is basically marketing, and I don't like it. I don't mind the branding, but I do mind the marketing, and that's the portion that I don't like. So we'll see what we can do about it. Uh, and I feel like this should probably have had some sort of a link in the chat. I might be able to do that at some point. Cybersafe, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Cat,
Katek
welcome on in.
Soho just resubscribed for 48
Goddamn,
months. Goddamn.
that's almost a year. That's crazy. Goddamn, 48. Holy shit. Damn. Congrats. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. I hope you're subbed in a 6 months manner and not like a monthly thing, because 48 is way more too expensive than if it's a monthly basis. If it's for 6 months, that's fine. You gain like 30%, I think, depending on where you sub or when you sub. Uh, but yeah, nonetheless, thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it as always. Take care of yourself. Sleep if you need to sleep. But welcome back home. I hope what I sent you is delivered in the time that it's supposed to be delivered in. I know that is this is so vague. And I hope it make it in times. It's taped, so it's just like brown tape all over because I'm reusing an existing envelope. But it should be fine. It should be fine. That again for the story time, because the cat is aware, obviously. Um, I had to send a letter or something, which is now a package. Apparently, it's considered a package, which makes no sense. Um, and I haven't done that in like, I don't know, 5 years maybe. Uh, that little envelope, which is 85 grams, costed me 50. I uh I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. Did that already? Yeah, it did. God damn. I uh I talk about the prices of letters, and that's it. That's it. I complain about the fact that things are more expensive and the stream just dies. That's that's what happens. Mm, mm. Good. I'm gonna kill cursor if I can. Can I do that? And I can't do that. God damn it. Um, damn, that's gonna be bad. Um, anyways. So yeah, I do remember like vividly that I had the ability to send letters to Japan without having to spend that much, or at least it didn't feel like that much. Maybe I was paying $20 for Japan, but like it's $20 for Japan and therefore 15 for Belgium, which is the neighboring country. That feels wrong. So I don't know. Nonetheless, um, it's there. It's in the mail. We'll see if it works. I hope it helps, and it probably will. But we'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be fine. Nonetheless. So this is the new thing. We talked about it before. I know it's gonna be useful for some of you, specifically the devs, the designers as well, but like specifically the devs for the presentation. I now have routed the view foresight things, and so that's useful. So this is going to be Sleek, which is my first AI coding agent skill. After everyone has already made all of their skills, I'm coming in like always, very late to the party with a skill that is useful for designers and org devs that don't have design skills. So that is one of them. I think it's useful. We'll see if it works in the long term. There are still some issues here and there with the presentations, but I'm going to fix that as soon as I can. Potentially not today, but like potentially today, I don't know. But this contains 14 rules, including the regular concentric circles, quarter radius things that I've been talking about and that I'm mentioning every time, where people just have their presentation that looks like this, where it's just bad. Uh, so you have like a 24 quarter radius and then a 24 inner, and therefore it creates that kind of lump on the edges and on the corners. So you want concentric so that when things are more rounded, less rounded, you know, it just uh, it just makes sense. So that's a simple skill tools rules right there for the corner radius. In there, it also imports and adds the text padding necessities for when your card is rounded. So basically, when you have like a corner radius that is kind of big, you want to offset your text in order to not be too like in the in the corner and too near the edge, if that makes any sense. So adding this is pretty useful. It's a very simple calculation, but it works. Nishit, what going? How are you? How's the day going? So this is useful as well. And then we have things for eyebrows. This is mostly for AI agents that are just adding eyebrows on everything. So that's you know, just just sometimes the eyebrow doesn't make any sense, but having the badge underneath or the badge on the side makes sense. So making that is potentially useful, showcasing how sometimes it's like too much. So, you know, small stuff. And then we have the intentional accent color, which is basically ensuring that the user has an understanding of what they need to click on. So simplifying the colors and getting anything that needs to be clicked on to be colored is good, or anything that you want the user to focus on specifically is good. If it's just like everything gets the color for theming purposes, then it end up being like too much and overwhelming. So we want to get intentional with our colors. That's a that's a useful thing. We talked about this one many times, specifically 3, 4 years ago now with Stoney's themability fields were common. And so this is basically implying you want to have your content to match the hue of the thing. So if I currently have a hue of 340, if I shift it, you can see that my obviously the background is changing here for no reason. You're gonna miss the target, god dang. I mean, you have missed the target. I'm just late. I just saw that. God dang, that was kind of close. Um, Everything is shifting so that my grays are taking a bit of the hue. It is a bit strong for dramatic effect here. Technically, it's never going to be that strong, but in terms of presentation, this is pretty useful. And here we have something that is basically an explainer so that you can see, Riley, we'll call it, you can see the difference in between your accent color that is right there and your gray tint surface that doesn't necessarily match with each other. So like around 220-ish is going to be kind of matching, and therefore it's good. But when you go too warm or too cold, uh, too green, it's just not going to feel the thing. So that's just a presentation. We like it. It's pretty useful. There is a lot of text in there that I don't like. I think it could be simplified in terms of content, but we'll see. We have things for contrast, which is really simple. I have noticed that AI agents also, I have a bit of a teeny tiny fly in my flat, and I don't know how they are coming in, but this bitch is gonna die at some point. Um, at some point, you're just gonna see me just clap my hand and rejoice. Nonetheless, so I've noticed that the AI is sometimes adding some weird um, contrast ratio because the text in headers end up being the same text as the regular text, and it doesn't pass on top of colors because the regular text is like black/darker to go on top of the highlighted background thing. So that's the same color, and therefore it just go through. So I just added this because it's useful. Stony, will come on in. How are you? How's the day going? And then ensuring that we have like readability and contrast ratio checks. This is pretty useful. It it works, I think. I'm not sure, but for now, you know, just just playing with things, pretty useful. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate. Goddamn, lending. Um, feels. I think you're gonna miss the target. Thanks a lot for the resub, Sturdy. I appreciate it. Cat is at 48. You are at 53. That's a lot. Both of you, I appreciate it. Welcome back. Oh, man. Why is my nose so itchy now? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. So this is pretty good. We also have contrast ratio for the text if we want to have something that is like depending on opacity, ensuring that we have the lightness that works with it, and therefore we have the information underneath. And that's useful for accessibility and contrast. We have things for typography. The thing that I'm recommending all the times is ensuring that we have some sort of a 7 to 12 words in per line in order to make things um, easy to read. So I just have like the presentation of when it's too wide, when it's too small overall. This is fine if you have like a column based layout, but overall you kind of want to stay somewhere around here, you know, like 63-ish, kind of makes sense. So you know, some presentation. I don't like this one. I think I need to change this. This is the thing that I mentioned most of the times of you want to have your font align with the device in which it's going to be displayed. So on your phone, an 8-point font is going to be fine because it's like it's tiny, but it's fine. On a laptop, an 8-point font is not an option. You want something that is at least 12, better 14. And on TV, an 8-point font is basically a pixel. So this is not an option. So you want something that is like kind of roughly smallest at like 28, 30-ish to make it visible. It is kind of complicated as always to count these sizes with pixels, when in reality we should use points because that's a viable value and not a set in stone value. But yeah, based on like pixel resolution of your TV, maybe a 28 is not good. Nonetheless, small thing. I still need to change some of the presentation here uh, in order to make sense. We have some things about layout and spacing, which I still don't like. I still want to get this to be like more visible. It's good on light mode, but it's not good on dark mode. So I need to fix that. And then this thing doesn't do shit when you are in full bleed rules. So this is bad. I am aware. The spacing section is kind of bad. The only one that is good is this one where even spacing makes it look like you don't really know what is linked to what. Like you don't know if email is this or password is this, like subline thing. So that helps, but it's still like not as good. But when you make them side by side, like it it is easier to understand. So that's a thing I think is good. Um, the card system is simple. It's just like when you click on something and the whole card is clickable, then you're good. When it's just a button and you click the card, then you get a bit of a dead zone highlight. So that's you know, easy thing to miss for most people. But adding these are helpful, and adding the presentation is also pretty helpful overall. And then we have the regular or my regular icon placement for buttons, meaning that the icon itself is going to be on the side that it needs to be on within some sort of a square, which right now I don't think this one is. I need to fix this. And then if it's not like a hug content button, then we get full screen, full width, and that's good. I don't like these. These are implementation-based code, and I feel like this needs to go the fuck out. So we're gonna see if I can do that at some point. Motion is bad. It's it's very simple, but it's also like it's kind of broken, as you can probably tell. I don't like it. I don't like it that much. I think the code snippets is thing that needs to go away, and then this is also like a lot more text than I had about a minute ago. So yeah, Dust, welcome in. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? The hair is still growing, yes. Yes, the hair is growing more than expected, but it's fine. It's fine. We have things for content and copy, which is good. I see your stories and your mostly your stories most of the times on Instagram, which is pretty fun. Um, because it's just like some days I have a story from Dust. That's it. Pretty good. We've been working on a lot of shit. I officially haven't, but have released my first AI skills. Do you believe that? Designer makes an AI skill for taking over my job. That's the point. I want to get replaced. So I'm giving all the solves away. It is so the thing feels it is working and available-ish, kind of, not really, but kind of, but not really, but kind of. Uh, so you can access it. It is on my GitHub. I still think that there are some misalignments, specifically as I was mentioning, like on the presentation, uh, in there, like some shit don't work, or at least don't make sense. But this one makes sense. But yeah, it is usable. It will give you, I would say, 85% to the way, like 85% of what I recommend most of the times is in there. It's just like small tweaks and small adjustments. I just need to make sure that it works, because it's yeah, um still cool. Yeah, I think right now we have uh Matt skills. These are good. Um, I think Theo made a video about it like yesterday or today. I forgot. Um, Matt is pretty good, and then there is the other one, which is kind of the same thing, but from the cursor team, which is the cursor skills P stack, I think P stack is the fucking yeah. The P stack skills specifically, not no session, but from cursor directly is potentially good because they have the unslop thing, which I'm using in mine for most of the text and copies. Like I have added something and integrated some things from that. I'm using um Emil designer skills as well as a reference because he's doing a very good job. Emil has been doing a very good job nonetheless, but like this is a pretty good one. It contains a ton of shit that I don't want to reiterate, so I'm just pointing at it inside of mine. And then the last one is Jakob, that has done very good things for like their OKLCH skill, which is pretty good. And they have another one for make interface feel better, which I think is really close to what I've done so far. So they are both like kind of mentioned inside of my own because I think they are good references and there is no way or no need for me to duplicate them and say, oh, I made it myself. No, no, no. This content is good. Let me just attribute the content when necessary. So yeah, this one is really good as well. So I could recommend that. But there are things in obviously what I'm mentioning in there that is just like if you've been on the stream before, you've heard me say it. And if you haven't uh like save that in memory on your hand, then this running the skill is gonna just bring it back up. So, you know, it's uh, it's useful. It makes sense. I have a ton of things for accessibilities, including the focus ring and no ring and things to make sense. The one that I spent a bit of time on yesterday was this one because it is one of the most common mistakes, which I make as well from time to time, because I do think that there are times where it's fine, but I'm adding the colorblind effect on it. So someone that has color blindness to a certain degree, as in achromatopia or topsia or achromia, as I call it, doesn't know that the thing has an issue. Like it's just, oh, the border is a bit stronger than the other inputs that we just saw a second ago. Like that's it. So adding this makes sense. Obviously, the icon needs to change, but for the sake of presentation, it's much better to have like a bit of presentation like this. So, that's I think that's pretty good. Also making sure that the whole card is taking the effect feels is a nice thing, nice presentation. So that's the thing. And then we have UX and states for ensuring and like presenting how things are supposed to be well presented. So that's a good thing. Also having confirmations for things like, do you want your message to make sense or do you want your message to be kind of vague? These are pretty useful. It's mostly on copy and like content in copies, but yeah. And then this one was weird. There you go, work on it. This one was weird because the native checkbox now uh, gets the proper behavior by default, so you don't really need to do anything about it. God damn, everyone's landing today, but just not me again, and not feels even. Like that. Yeah, that's what I was about to do. We both try, but it doesn't work. Um, so are you gonna just not make it again and land exactly at your usual spot? Yes, that's it. I guess I'm gonna, yeah, say same, same as usual, same as usual. So yeah, so this is a useful thing, and now obviously it doesn't work. I like adding these kind of text underneath that explain what really happened. Like, oh, you click on the section, but it doesn't do anything because it's not included. But again, because the whole content and the whole thing is supposed to be implemented properly now, are you gonna make it? No. It's kind of bad. Also, now you always feel stony. You can have a chat. Um, so yeah, accessibility and all of these things are really useful, and I do think that you need to go through that. I have stuff for the design foundation of concentricity, so same system as usual, uh, of ensuring that if you change the accent color, the entirety of the content is going to change. If you change your radius value, the entirety of the content is going to change. And if you change the spacing based on your design system, then things are also going to work. So if you have like a spacing of 16 and a radius of 28, then everything is coherent. That is a bit of a good presentation. The only thing that I don't have on this one is the OKLCH color profile, and I need to do it because this is shit. I also just noticed right now that these two buttons are not the same sizes, and that needs to be fixed. That is bad. Bad, bad. And then obviously, when you are very rounded and no spacing, it's just it just doesn't work. So yeah. Anyways. Okay, so adding all of that is pretty useful. Presenting all of the principles and the way that you can have things. This is shit. I'm gonna tell you that now. This animation is a clone animation, and it is so bad. So bad. I need to figure out how to not do that. Um, but yeah, it's just like I think the principles need to be rewritten, but it's fine. It's fine. So yeah, we're gonna see how that goes, and it could be good. Could be good. Um, I do not know that you are both in a Discord call. No, I this is not a thing I know. I wouldn't be able to know because you're probably on a private Discord call, which makes more sense. So nonetheless, all of that is published officially. Published. And thus, to answer your question, I'm mostly using Claude. I'm also using DeepSeek because it's free. And OpenCode is good for that because it gives you access to free stuff. And then um, on technically today is my refill day, so I have access to Cursor all models. I will probably be running some stuff with Soul because it's good. So this one is gonna go through Soul to ensure that it's working. But yeah, the thing that I've done though in the past few days, and I guess the past few weeks now, is that Claude is running Opus 4.8 and not Opus 5, um, because Opus 5 is just shit. Yeah. Um, if you apply it to the app, it will not fuck up everything. I think what I need to do is specify subfolders and sub skills so that the same way that Matt is doing his skills system, you could say, oh, I need to pass the accessibility thing, or I need to pass the copy thing on on the whole thing. But yeah, again, I kind of had fun with the names for no reason. Like the name is Sleek, but then you have a sleek radius or slick contrast or slick properties. I don't know. It makes no sense, but it's funny. Um, so that is potentially useful. Yeah. uh, but yeah, I think I forget some of the shit that I do and say all the times, and therefore uh, I need someone to give me a website that I haven't seen yet so that I can refresh my memory on whatever I'm gonna say, because I will say things by default. But yeah, it's pretty. I think so far it's pretty good. Um, I reuse the gradient mask that we have used for you, Tony, on arrows for the background, which is basically the same thing that I have for my AOA.live website when it's up, which is never the case. But that's basically the same thing in the background. Um, eh. But it's the same color as always, so we'll see. The thing that I've been working on though today, because that's good, um, is this. So this one got a bit of an update earlier today with something that I think is useless, but I think is fun. So I fixed stuff, obviously, but if you are uh, in the need of to review stuff, for example, if you are in need of going through your skips and then save them, you will select them. And so now I get a propagation system for the selection, which I think is absolutely useless, but it's fun. So basically, based on the current select button, just propagate across the entire page. It's a subtle shit, but I think it makes sense. Specifically, if I have like a lot more in the view, it's just fun. Small micro animation that means nothing, and then it collapses on the last one that has been unselected. Um, I don't even know if this is something that is like noticeable for most people. I don't think it would be. Again, this is probably not something that I would release, so I don't really give a shit. But yeah, I fixed that earlier. I then simplified some of these things, and I not mentioned, but like made sure that when I'm selecting things, the bottom bar is the action bar, so that you have all the things. If you want to unselect stuff, it's just gonna collapse right there. So I think it's pretty useful. Nonetheless, that's the main update on this. We have some good things though that have been published. Um, I have one for, I think Tonton is going to be not useful, but like potentially liking this. I don't like the fact that Brett did it, but I don't mind it. The fact that it's currently free, no sign up. It runs on your browser, you can access it, and you can generate some random pixel grid thing. I think it's pretty useful in order to get some sort of visuals language for whatever the fuck you're trying to do. So, you know, why not give it a go? Why not give it a go? I don't know if it's gonna be good. I don't know if it's gonna be bad, but just for the sake of new tools that are free that you can use for stuff, like if you have a 16:9 things and you less zoom, more zoom, less feel, less blocky, more blocks. You know. Hey. Why not? Could be fun, could be useful. I think for specifically for Tonton and the um profile pictures, going through or using that as a generative scale, like if you get like a 12 by 12 scale and then you just generate randomized version of things, that could be a pretty simple, I don't know, pretty simple tool, pretty useful tool, nonetheless. It's really cool. I also added the simplification of, I should have stated here, simplification of this. So similar to what Twitter is doing, I can now contract the sidebar so that I have like full screen, and because I can navigate with arrows, you can now navigate from one to the other and be good. I tried at some point to do the collapse zoom transition that Apple is doing, and it was working, but it was a bit too processor intensive for some reason. Um, Specifically, if you are like in the grid and then you navigate to, let's say I'm going into, I don't know, there. um, this is not in the view that I have. So then collapsing it means that the image is going to visually go down, and or I need to scroll at the same time in the background, and therefore it's kind of off. So I don't like it. Nonetheless, it's still good. It's still working. Specifically for Stony on this one, Web Design Museum is a website, not website, but an account on Twitter that I follow because they are showcasing some of the web design and or app design from the past. And this was Spotify first version, which is a reminder that you can start with whatever. This is very much a Windows Phone design. There is no question about it. Um, it works, it does the job, but goddamn, this is kind of bad. So don't beat yourself up. and and then looking at it nowadays, you see all of the things that are now not recommended or are still recommended. So yeah, it's not that bad. It's that it's a different era, and your material UI was from the different era as well, but not the right different era. You were the the same way that this one feels old, your material UI was feeling old as well. And I feel like the thing that we have right now feels old already. That's why I want to kind of push you to something different. But I get it. I get it. You know. So just going a new project, and it's so far asking me already. Very nice question. Of what I want to create, and then I just want to try. Just create. Then start to look in the parent folder and found what project it was, and then it started to ask more. I see. I started designing when it installed everything. Um, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I think so. The not really, but kind of the way that I have built it is it's a pass post creation. So I think it can work with ongoing design process, and it's used while designing. But I have made it in a way that is basically as me. So when you or whoever wants like a a design review, you send me the website, and then I go through that. I'm looking at what is currently created, and then I'm noticing some portion that I think could be improved, and I mention that, and then we make the changes. So it's, to me, the skill has been built like this, of it's going to go through all of that and just say, oh yeah, that can be updated. That looks like a lot of dense thing, or the contrast ratio is not good enough, and so on. But it's not from the start. So I don't know exactly yet. I'm happy that you're trying it, and therefore we will know soon if it's good enough to build with as a starting point. But it wasn't meant like so, if that makes sense. So yeah, but it's cool. If it seems pretty good and if it works on your end, then I'm pretty happy with it. It still needs some additional things. There is like a ton of content that could be added, but I also don't want to end up with a massive thing. So for example, yesterday I discovered Rams .ai, which is not necessarily the type of thing that I will trust, but they have 308 design rules, and I think this is bad. Um, Mainly because it implies roughly, not really, but kinda, that everything that uses that skill is going to go through the same 308 design rules, and the output is probably going to be the same, or at least similar, which is what we want to avoid. We want uniqueness in design. We want to stand out. We want things that make sense. And so these are like too much and potentially too specific. So, eh. However, they have like a very interesting system where it is a paid skill. So first of all, fuck off with the paid MD file. That makes no sense. But other than that, um, it's a paid skill which you install by creating an account on their end. It's free, like they have a free version that gives you access to all of the rules, and you can do a full review that costs you credits per month. So you basically have like 30 full reviews per month that you can do. And it's interesting, but it's not necessarily good. Um, but it's I think the system and the implementation is interesting technically. I don't know if it's good. Um, in there's a sort of thing that I'm looking at on the landing page, and I'm like, this is not good. Um, Also, goddamn, goddamn, that's fine. But goddamn, $500 a month for a team is is a wild thing. Um, is a wild thing. But yeah, they have like misalignments. From my point of view, they have some misalignments here. They have a ton of corner concentricity that is not really concentric. This one needs to be smaller, or this one needs to be bigger, but it can't be that big because of the header itself. So I understand, but if it was like a bit bigger, it would make sense. It would be better. But yeah, nothing works. I don't know. But it's the same thing. So eh, eh. I still have some issues with the design itself. Um, I I don't want to make the landing page too designed. That's also another thing that I thought about. I I want to make sure that this is still looking like something that is achievable by someone that doesn't have the knowledge, and then use the skills and get the knowledge in question. Um, but yeah, am I wrong? I am not. I see what it is. It got a border. I didn't know that this one got a border that is dark. Hmm. That's bad. Also, apparently my cursor is also dead. So Figma gotta go and then reopen it. Stony, specifically for the thing that you have sent me on Discord, I don't know if that makes sense. I think, as you mentioned, the dark mode makes sense. Like, that's fine. The only thing that I'm unsure about when I'm looking at it is the shadow. I think your shadow is either too strong or it's blue. And that might be the case. I also just noticed that I turned into a slideshow because I'm opening Figma in the background, so don't worry about it. If the sound is good, just follow my voice. I don't think you're watching nonetheless. So yeah, your shadows here, I don't know if they makes any sense. This is fine. It's not great, but it's fine. This is debatable in terms of placement. I would inset it a bit more. As always, the goal is to have the same amount of space top and bottom and side to side. So you just like nudge it by like 8 pixel, 12 pixels. Could potentially help. But that's yeah. Um that's that's the thing. This, however, what is this? What the fuck is this? Look at that crop shadow at the bottom. Oh my god. And I don't even understand what's happening here. I don't know. I don't get it. But that's fine. Again, I don't think people would have uh actual the light mode rendering. I hope. I don't know. I don't know. But it's fine. This is working. This is good enough. With your selection borders, the thing that you have put in place, I think that's gonna be pretty good. But yeah. Yeah. I don't think I can have an emulator running at the same time that the stream is running. That's the thing. Maybe I can download it on the PC, but I don't have Android Studio uh on the PC. I could. I could add Android Studio on the PC. That's true. That is true. Could probably also. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that works. Doubt. The fact that it's here is pretty impressive. Um, that's cute. I don't know who made your icon, but that's a cute icon. I'll think. It's not as bright as I remember it, which is interesting. Um, I think it's because of the size changes that you've made. Not as a again, not a bad thing, but um you like it? You like being asked? Yeah, that looks brighter to me. And I think it's less bright because of this rendering and potentially compression as well. Um, well, technically, no. These are not made by I, for once. Uh, yeah, it looks dimmed compared to this. Interesting. Yeah, maybe. Um, you know I am. Obviously I am. 4136, 4104. So we have point 15, point 2, point 17 pixels as a difference to be off-centered. Hmm. We could fix that. We could fix that. 36, 24? Ah, 19 then. 19 is centered. Yeah, maybe that works. I don't know. Um, I just I just read that last message from Phil's. It just asked all the thing that I'm complaining about. That's good. That's good. That's the point. That's the point. As I said earlier, the goal for the skill is to replace me, and my views on the AI is AI should be able to replace me at some point. So if I'm giving it the skills to replace me, it's gonna be good. Um, as far as you know, the browser clone all form element into a native overlay version. What do you mean, the native overlay version? As in, you're saying that this was a form? No, this is not a form. This is not a form. This is weird. This is very weird. I don't know what you are referencing to talk about a form. Also, I said 19. Did I said 19? I don't remember saying 19 is a second ago. My brain is absolutely fried today. I don't have any brain power because yesterday I was working so much on that thing that yeah, I don't know what's happening. And feels I think you are going in the exact same spot as usual. Just getting a smoke break at that exact spot is fine. Yes, yes. I think there is a magnet for you. Yes, that seems like the obvious reason. For sure, for sure, no questions. Yes, of course, of course. Um, you get a search input on the page. You select it, and it opens up an overlay with a native implementation with 4 native input helpers. And you land it again. God damn. There you go. Congrats. I guess I guess today is a landing day for you. The thing that I don't like is this, Stony. I don't why? Tell me. Why they why does it have like that banner at the top and at the bottom? Is that a a regular thing? Or is it just like the screenshot that you've taken look like this? Stony, you might make it. Nope, I lied. Uh, it is not in the real app. I see. So basically, on screenshot, something happened, and or and or uh, this was expecting a very specific size, and it got cropped top and bottom in your output because the TV is wider. I don't know. Um, Nonetheless, that's fine. That's fine. Um, yeah, you have things like you have a corner register right there, which implies that something is, cropped based on the fact that it's flat at the bottom. Then on the other side, you don't. So I really don't know what's happening in here. The thing is, the content is properly centered, so I don't know. Um, I don't know. If I can on after streams and or on the PC, if I can run the simulator to get the TV thing, then I'll take a look. I do think that we need some better screenshot. Like that would be better. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, I also love how uh, App Store, like Play Store screenshots are shit compared to Apple screenshots most of the times. Um, like for me, obviously, um, I didn't I didn't bother in the slightest. Like I didn't give a shit. I still don't on the Android version, and I'm kind of sad about it. I said, oh, you know what? This is the native Android thing. I think my navigation bar curved things is fun. Let me just use that for the preview, which means absolutely nothing. No one's understand what the fuck that is. And then when you go in it, you just get like uh, the screenshot of the app within the app with all of the bugs that are related to the app itself and the presentation. And when you go on the App Store, you get like a a better rendering of stuff. Uh, the next drop is gonna provide translations. So yeah, have a good look. So yeah. Which by the way, now I can talk about that. It's a great segue. It's a great segue right now. I think Dapshi would need to be here. Maybe Dapshi is lurking. I don't know. But the this is mostly for Yan and props. I think this is gonna be for props mostly, but like uh that's the thing. That's the thing for you. Splitter is also interesting for you. Arrows is right there. Vibe ISO is the other one that we talked about, what we wanted to talk about. So in order related to what I'm currently talking about, the Vibe ASO is a skill for Claude Code and Claude in general to be able to get your ASOs done almost automatically. So basically, it can, with the video in question that goes with it, there is an explanation and a presentation of how to create your screenshots automatically in all of the languages so that Claude take care of it and you don't need to do anything. You just create the templates with the screenshot of the apps that you want to have, and then the text is going to be burnt in by Claude post-production and then published on the App Store on your behalf. So I think this is potentially a good option for the people that are not necessarily looking forward to do so. So that's a good thing. It also has optimization for the keywords, for the app names, and so on. So this is pretty good. In the same realm, you have the App Store CLI, which is an option to get through the App Store through the CLI. So that's, that makes sense. Um, I think. Why is that not what I wanted to do? Uh, this, there, and then that. Yes. Um, goddamn. So this was potentially interesting as well. It's also like a very skill-based App Store skills, which like App Store Connect is really useful. It does something that I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of. Both of them basically have the same issue in my eyes, is that it kind of requires you to be willing to connect through Claude, so or through whatever agents you're using. So that means that your agent is going to have access to your credentials, and I don't know if I want to trust it. But nonetheless, even if you just want to use it for a pass that is not connected to your account and doesn't do anything on your behalf, but you do things manually after the fact, then this is potentially a good option, I think. So, you know, checking it out potentially makes sense. Potentially makes sense. Um, are you telling me that something is broken, or that looks like two links? Also, that looks like it died. Yeah. That seems like a common behavior here. Seems like a common behavior. So yeah. Um, this one is for you, Stony, specifically. This is Audibles, which is to create audiobooks. I think you are using something similar with Shipping in the Dark, but I'm not sure. And it seems interesting. Basically, when you have a PDF or an article or something, it can create like an audio version. And I think it's useful, potentially sounding a bit better. So, you know, uses Kokoro that we were talking about last time. So, potentially checking it out. However, the last one is specifically for Tonton and you at the same time, because you are both having something that is music related. This is Pleader by Deezer, and therefore it's made by a French company, so I don't know if I trust it, but it is their in-house split. So you can not remove, but like separate your vocals, your drums, bass, chords, and so on, in any song. So if you wanted to get like a karaoke version of, you know, the music section, that could potentially do it. And I think this is pretty useful. You could like potentially just fade the voice or like split the voice and make it lower so that you can't really hear it and people could karaoke over it. Potentially useful. Potentially useful. Obviously, it's music related, so I don't really have any information about how good it is, how bad it is, and so on. But it seems interesting, looks pretty nice, and I don't think it is like a big AI-based system in the background. I think it's mostly just uh, sound processing and so on. But yeah, I think it's cool. Nonetheless, for props specifically, um, you want to put feels on that? Yeah, maybe. Um, this is a tailwind rounded out option. So basically, when you want to create some sort of a tab or some sort of an indentation within something, this option with Tailwind gives you that ability to get like basically an inverted corner radius, which I think is going to be pretty useful for a lot of people. And Props has that on his website. I know that Yan was thinking about something similar on Heaper at some point, and we talked about something like so. Um, I forgot with whom, but yeah, the main point is basically if you have this and you want to, get your corner radius to match, then in reality, doing this in CSS is pretty not the easiest thing. But now with that thing on Tailwind, you can 100% just get that and create your own system that just works. Small indentations could work. This could work. Could be useful, could be cool. Um, I don't know. I don't know what you want to do with fields with the addition to FFmpeg, but yeah. I do think that again, based on what you just said and you mentioned that, I do think that this is potentially a good idea to get some sort of an option to get the split within. I don't know. Feels like a good thing. Hey, I like that. Um, that's good. That's good. Um, so yeah, that was the repos for the day. I don't have a lot more than that. The other one we talked about it already, and I think that's gonna be potentially pretty useful. Splitter is the one that seems to be the most interesting to me, and the ASO one is mostly for Dapshi because I know that he doesn't really want to bother with it, so avoiding that is a pretty good option. Um, but yeah, this Tailwind Rounded is an interesting thing. What the fuck is that, by the way, Stony, based on the link that you shared earlier? Apparently, it's just not loading. I see. Also, that's better. At that size, that's a bit better. It's not great, it's better. But it's annoying. Like if you do so, give me like a sidebar or some shit. I don't know. I don't know. Nah. Yeah, kinda. All right, you need a back button. That's what you need, or at least a back button that works. This is not a bad idea, by the way. Just mentioning that. Um, The only thing that you may have already put in place, and I'm gonna see that in about 3 seconds. Yep, you didn't. Is if if one, send me to the thing. Like if the items in it is just one, don't get me a second click. This is a waste of my time. Uh, but if it's like more than one, then yes, I need to have the ability to select like the one that goes there. And right now I'm clicking on shit and it doesn't go to the shit in question. Or maybe it does and it's just like taking ages and I'm moving away too fast. I don't know. Nonetheless. Also, you have a thing called age gap. Sorry, I just noticed that. This is not. This is this is not a thing. Remove that. Um. Also, you have all of them with the Batman thing, which is fine. But Batman TV movies, I feel like the genre are supposed to be split. Um, but yeah, I think as a concept, I do agree with it. I would do a lot of changes for obvious reasons. Uh, if you plan on having the sidebar being a sidebar, then that's fine. In the sidebar, I would have filters and sorting as an option. If that's not the case, if you don't really want to have a sidebar, I would add some sort of a banner header thing that gives me access to how do you want to order these things? Is it like alphabetical? Is it by amount of content? Is it by something else? Which I don't know. And then that could potentially help. But yeah. If it gets the library sidebar, meaning that it will get all of that still like displayed when you're going in it, I still would have then the header thing in order to make it make sense. I really dislike the mascot. I'm not gonna lie, this is not good. And not because the mascot is bad, just because of the implementation. It's just, oh yeah, we have a mascot, by the way. Let me just splat it right there, right in your face, in the sidebar, where it's absolutely not useful whatsoever. Um, how would I make it better? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Nonetheless. So yeah, this is pretty useful. I think overall, this is something that's going to be helping a lot of people to navigate through things, and it could work. The thing, and I don't know, um, related to here is that you kind of need to do some sort of a word pair if that's an option, and I don't know how you're getting your tags. Is it like tag Berserk in travel is exactly that's yeah, for sure. For sure. Um so if you have a new solo leveling in travel, goddamn. Uh if you have a new API thing, a new provider that gives you the tags and the sorting of animes and other platforms content potentially, I would on your end make something or do something that would associate the existing tags that we have, the existing genre with the tags in question. Like cosmic might be space, probably. Like things that happen in space or, you know, something else. But it might be easier. The reason why I'm saying this is that I don't think we have enough icons to create more genre that we don't already have. And being specific to animes is going to give us a lot of issues. So that's why I'm basically just saying, maybe not. But yeah, I do think that the anime by season is an interesting thing. Um, I saw a lot of them that are at 0. If empty, don't display. That's my usual thing. And also, I would love to sort them by amount because right now the only thing that I see is that the one that is the most filled is this one at 5, and this one is 5, and that's about it. So yeah, um, I don't know if you can. You could. 1 second, the brain is telling me something. You're not gonna like it. But that could be cool. Let's go for it. Let's go for it. God damn. Sorry, the delay again. The delay on this thing. So in the I think components is where I place this. Yes, it is. So you currently are using this, which is fine. I'm going to do something weird. Dapshi, what on in? I have things for you that I just closed. Let me just reopen them. um God damn it. The video that I tagged you on Discord was Vibe ASO, which I don't know if you have downloaded slash used, but at the same time, I also discovered the App Store CLI, which is potentially useful as well if you wanted to just like get that connected and do publishing, changing, updating, whatever, automatically without you having to do anything. So that might be that might be a thing for you. I don't know. But yeah, these two are potentially useful. These two are potentially useful. So if we keep this, which I think I think we do, we keep the title, we keep the subtitle with the counter, which I think is good. The only thing that might change is that section at the top. And the thing that I have in my head right now is only going to work if we have a certain amount. And I don't want to do the Spotify thing that you mentioned. Not that it's a bad move, but it's just if we do. If we do that, which I think is the case, right? That's the container in question. Um, for me, that being not rounded is going to be bad, but you can't really have like the proper amount of roundness here. So putting this as a, I don't know, half of this uh, minus, I guess, two potentially. Um, right. Like that's basically what you had in mind. So this is like 4 anime things and 4 covers. The thing is, your actual posters sizes are 4 by 3, kinda. So something like this is an option, but then if you do this and then you say, let me center that in the card itself, and uh, you could get, you know, some covers and shit in there, probably. Not that much. So you can use a regular 3D transform in CSS to get like your, what the fuck is this new thing? Not rotating, but basically skewing it. Like it's basically the same thing. You have like a transformation that just could work. And the thing that is annoying-ish is the isometric grid, but you can 100% just get it um, pretty simply. Um, I know. I don't think you've been doing front end for the past few months, so you know, eh. But yeah, some shit like this is something that would be pretty easily implementable and therefore add some effects in the card. And it's very simple, very simple. And so if you have like, I don't know, 3 to 4 entries. Maybe that's a thing. Maybe you just want like a full flat grid. And I would probably say more than this, like what would be best would be 6 to 9 card overall, so that makes sense. But you know, even that could work, you know, but that could work on in principle. um, but I do think that this, even if you do like 45 degrees, 44 to 45 degrees, it could create something interesting. Probably go like 20 and ish. Give yourself a bit of something. Like it's simple, it's easy enough. There's something about it. The regular isometric grid is probably just in one direction, not like this. This is just rotation, but you just make it like, I think 10 degrees is interesting. That's a lot. Damn. Damn. Space. I should have preset. Yeah. You know, potentially. Potentially giving you some things, some ideas of presentation. The CSS mask is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass to get like the gradient correctly, so you can make it without getting a gradient like so, but having an overlay of the same color as the background. The thing is that your background officially, if I'm not mistaken, already takes some sort of a gradient because you have the highlight portion right there. So you have a native, I mean, you have a native color in the background, and then it does add that highlight. So maybe you could do your highlight like this. It could. It could be a thing. Yeah, I don't know. I could if I remembered. Um, I said I need a top bar to sort things and order things. So I would love to be able to say sort by amount so that I have like my five amount first, and then my threes, and then my twos, and then my ones. I mean, there are fours here, but yeah, I feel like this would make more sense. Also, this is not what I call four. That that's a bit more than four. Um, so now it says eight. I see. Maybe it's just sorting and currently processing, in which case that's fine. It's just, um but yes, sorting by content would be useful. Sorting order would be useful as well. Because for example, I have 2025 winter. Maybe I'm looking for the oldest first. So obviously I can scroll to the bottom, but let's say I have a very big collection, then it's potentially going to be longer than this. This is not going to be a thing because 86 is the thing. Um, but yeah, um, so to me, it's just like at least order by content, because if this sorting is an option, then it's very easy because you have that number on everything. Like you know exactly how much you have it in it, and that's it. So at the top, if you just give me like a back button right there, and it has like a bit of a header thing, and then once I'm here, I still have like a header that contains like navigations and other things, then that would help for consistency things. But yeah, it's the same thing as what you've asked here of you needed to sort by category, or you wanted to sort A to Z, and I said category makes more sense for design systems and component kits. But for you, A to Z is easier because you don't necessarily know what is in what category. So right here, it's alphabetical, which is good. But maybe I want by content type or by content amount, or maybe I want by recently watched or something else. I don't know. But yeah, at least sorting could help. Um, Sorting could help. And if you have at a minimum by content amount, it means that you would have easily, or you would easily have the ability to say, oh, this thing only has zero, therefore don't display. Like if empty, don't display. That makes a lot of sense, at least to me. Like for example, what I have here, you can see that my to review button is currently displayed. I have two in there. So if I go into my review, or if I go there and I say, I don't know, let's just go in review just for the sake of presentation. Um, like this is cool. I like the video, I like the thing, but I don't know if I want to save it. So just skip that. And then this one is pretty useful. Let's just save that. If I go back to my browsing, I now don't have the review section because it's empty. So then to me, this is like the type of shit that needs to happen because it's just easier for everyone. So you know, it makes sense. Um, but yeah, other than that, I think that's what I would change here. On top of what I said earlier of um, sorting slash associating with existing tags that we have and genera that we have, if that's an option. Okay, welcome on in. How are you? Like alchemy might be in science, and if we have one that is like sci-fi and science fiction, then it you know, we could. Everyone is fucking landing today. Holy shit. Why? Why? Hugo landed twice. You come in, you land. I am probably not gonna land. I think based on what I see on my phone, this thing is so much delayed. So much delayed. Did I just land? Is this what happened? I just land and I won on top of you. This is the first time that this happens. I'm not gonna lie. This is the first time that this happened, that I see someone in the center at 90 something get beaten by someone else at 96 something. It is. It is rigged. I I'll take the allegation. I don't care. I won. uh so yeah, other than that thing potentially, Stony, of pre-mapping things, if it is feasible, um yeah, I think that's fine. Like astronomy thing being thighs and thighs for some reason. Um that would be science and or space. Augmented reality would be sci-fi potentially. So that's the type of thing that I would probably say is beneficial and would be good. But other than that, um, yeah. 1 second. Do you have that? Do you have that? Uh, I don't think you do. You don't. Damn. Damn. That's a lot. That's a lot. I Oh, you just landed next to the target. I looked at my phone and I didn't see you land or drop whatsoever, so I was surprised. Um, you don't have plot as an option, so you don't have titties as well. And you don't have boobs either. So I can't. It's a theme. Anyways, yeah, so with the genre that we already have, I think it would be better to pre-map in in a better way. But overall, I think the feature of having themes is a good option, and it is similar to the genre, so that's why I'm like unsure about its usefulness. If it is a new provider for sorting that gives you access to better subgenre, for example, and that's the reason why you went for it, and it's specifically for anime, I would probably integrate that into the genre section. It would make more sense. Thindle, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Um, so yeah, other than that, other than that potential sorting, I feel like that could work. That could work. Um, he is pretty fine. I mean, it's not as chaotic as yesterday's stream on the Stony side with the fucking music choices, goddamn. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. I don't know what you let people put song requests, Stony. You, I, uh, you had some weird stuff that happens, and yeah. Though I was happy to see that you were stealing my own channel point redemption, and sadly you have changed your channel point redemption to speak with Dutch accent to speak Dutch, which I think is not fun. It's not fun. I think you should speak with the Dutch accent because there's always if I start speaking French for like 1 minute, not good, not good. Um, but yeah, um, yeah, I think you should do 1 minute. Like the thing is, I hate it so much that I I was doing 3 minutes in the beginning, and then I said 3 minutes is way too long. Let me just do 1 minute and make the price a bit lower than what it was, and and then some people redeemed it too often, so I bumped back up the price, and now it's fine. And there is like 3 people that are using it, and I'm happy with it. But yeah, um, I see that shit is broken, and I don't like it. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It feels like a thing that would make sense nonetheless. I popped on Prop's stream for the first time in his BRB scene, and I wasn't ready for the German techno, hardcore techno that was playing right there. Like it's not the type of thing that I was expecting for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah, I I was surprised. I was surprised. Everyone is streaming at the same time as me on Tuesday, so I'm like, yeah. Um, when it's written in Dutch, this is broken. Like broken, broken. That's crazy. So yeah, Thindle, how's everything else though? Because you said you're good, but you also said that you don't know what you're doing. Hmm? What's happening? Are you working on a thing that just doesn't work? I need to fix this shit. Um, you don't know what you're doing any other day. I see. I see. I see. You are sick again. God damn it. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry to hear that. That's bad. This is gonna save me so much. Oh, by the way, I forgot to take my injection yesterday. You know, the the small injection that I need to do. Um, officially on Wednesdays. Like I started to do them on Wednesdays when I was in Japan, and then when I came back from Japan to France, I moved them from Wednesday morning to Tuesday night because it's easier. Um, and then last night I looked at it and I said I better not forget. And then I watched the movie and I forgot. And then this morning when I opened the fridge to get like my morning drink, I saw it because the, the injection is in the fridge. So I just took it this morning, which is fine. It's just like exactly on time. But yeah, goddamn. I have a cat already like kind of said something that is already the case. I already have a notification on my calendar for the day before, like the on Monday morning. I get a notification that says today is the day. So that's the day that I go to the pharmacy and then I order it because it's like an ordered thing. And then on the Wednesdays, I have a notification that says that today is the injection day, so that if I forgot, I still don't like forget. But I still forgot yesterday. Got it. Um, so you know, it's fine though. It's fine. Anyways, so yeah, so that's the thing. And Tindall, I'm sorry to hear that you have some issues with the stomach, but yeah, it's hot girl issues. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Makes sense. It makes sense. I see this. I don't like you. Let me let me see if I'm right on this. You know? Um, this is going to be on devices, drives, extension thing right there. Yeah. Did I not? I did not. So the thing that I'm pissed about right now is this. I feel like I should do that, but that's weird. The angle is not correct, but that's correct. But what's not correct now is this. Maybe. Maybe it's just this one that needs to change then. So we have a bit of a rotation on this. Oh, that's not gonna work. uh, I'm thinking about planning through, which is an option. I just don't know if it makes sense. I can easily do that though. Damn. This one is going to be a pain in the ass. No lying. This is going to be bad because we need to take these two and then say this was like a 2 degree, 3 degree change for the rotation. And we put it somewhere around here. Then we took these ones and we placed that center there so that it was aligned. That's better-ish. Are we already? Oh, we are, god dang. Yes. Yes, I agree. Of course, I'm changing the icons now when I just released a new version. Yes, of course. Of course, this is how we do this. God damn. Enable the scroll index, and it's literally just adding the route name. Oh, enabled, I guess, the scroll indexer, and it's just adding the route names on the page that should get them, and the indexing needs no extra changes. That's good. That's good news. That is good addition. Do I have another? We do. Figma, can you fucking stop lagging? Would be appreciated. You know. That is the database. Do we have another one? I don't have another one. I don't know if this one would make sense at 1.5. It wouldn't. So, yeah. That fixes the at least. The at least, yes, good job, me. At least that fixes that. Cool. Placements makes more sense. So that we have everything that we need on this. This is debatable. I'm still debating on this to potentially just move the that here. Um, it's closer to the others, but I feel like in Solid it might make more sense to have it right there in order to just be an alert, but I do like the alert within it. So that's where it was. But it creates that weird thing on the side, which also kind of makes sense. So I don't know. That's where I stand. I don't really know. It doesn't really matter though. In accelerated view, it's always the same thing, where well, it just doesn't matter. So I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. Yeah, that's right-ish. It's just like a lot of them are potentially benefiting from adding like a bit of a change. Like if I do that, this is better. But it also looks like someone took a bite out of the SSD. So yeah. Also moving the arrows position is kind of wild when you are doing a switch. Like let's say this is on hover, it goes solid, then you would have like a bit of a switch in terms of the placement of the plus. So I don't know if I like this. I don't mind it, but I don't like it as much as I should. You know, it kind of feels weird. In placement, the line in the center at the bottom is the same. It feels more rounded. The plus moves. So that's why I'm like, I don't know. if that makes sense. Ah, shit, I forgot about that. I forgot that Figma remembers placements as well as selection for Control Z's. So yeah, keeping it in the exact same spot is potentially the best option. Anyways, that's one fix. So yeah, Stony, I don't know about this. I feel like there is something about it that is potentially useful. We can make it more, uh, more better as a like that's not uh that's not it. I don't know the ratio of 4 by 3, and I can't just 3 by 4 like this. It's never gonna work. But yeah, I think I'm debating over multiple things, simplicity, uh, load, like system load, because I don't want it to be loading 9 images for every single thing. Um, I I think it would make more sense if we just have 4 and we don't see much of it. So potentially getting um, just for like so, and then just getting the center part, like we get that section instead. I like something like this, which is similar to the Spotify one, kind of. And then if I do this, and then bang, I feel like that might be easier slash simpler to put in place and play with, because you can have just that. Um, the cards, yes, not not your posters, not your regular stuff. I guess I should use abstract and or colorful for this, so that we have like different variations. Um, I it wouldn't work. Um, that wouldn't work because the posters, the thing that you are displaying, are never going to be that size. And if I have like this corner visible or this corner visible or that corner visible or whatever corner I have in view, it's not going to be enough for me as the viewer to see and say, oh yeah, that's that specific thing. Or it's fun that Ajin is placed in space, for example. Um, so that would not necessarily work. This one could because they have like a lot more visual stuff, but then again, the size here is a lot smaller. So I don't think I'd be able to read anything or see anything at that small size. Um, so that is unsure. For music, it makes sense to get like an album based slash playlist based thing, which I think you had, but apparently you don't, because I don't have any playlists done. That's my fault. Uh, but yeah, I know you said you can generate them or pre-generate them, but it's still loading one image per content or per subgenre, and therefore I feel like it might not be necessarily a good thing. Um, and it will need to be regenerated every time that the library gets an update. So, like, if added content impact your library sorting, then you end up with the ability to, not the ability, but like you need to change shit, which is not good. So I don't think this would work. Um, if we did this instead, I don't think this would work either. Going back to the thing that you said earlier. Like, is this not? It is, but it's not. That could potentially make sense. I see. Got it. That could work. I hate it, but that could work. Um, you know exactly why I hate it. God damn. This is more fun, but it's not readable. This is easier to read, but it's very much Spotify. This is very fun, but it's a lot of things. And I know that you said that only when the count changes, it would, you know, consider. But um, this, like, even if you have just one, you could have like just one displayed, and you know, nothing else. That's weird, but it could work if you have like the others um, being some sort of a non-imaged darker version of the background color. That, you know, it's just like nothing is in there, so we can't really display anything. That could work, but I don't think makes any sense. Nothing stops me from using a poster from content you don't have. True. That's true. I also don't like the fact that I'm trying to retrofit the genre card into this thing, which is a subsorting. And subsorting might be not necessary to look the same as the genre card. It's just like it's easier because it's the thing that we already have, but it's not necessarily the best option. And now I'm looking at it right here, which obviously you're working on the sidebar and the sidebar is kind of broken, but it doesn't really matter. Even if I'm right there, and you know what? Let me try that. I don't even know if that's gonna work, but we're gonna know in about a second. You know. Damn. Damn. um, with that size, this thing is not the same. This is 150, and now we are. I mean, I'm playing on 220, so like you're 150 by 224, so it means damn. That's the size of the cards that you have so far, officially. So if I were to reuse the exact same thing and place it properly on the system, that is the view. So that means that this, if I wanted to get that sorted and used right here, for example, it's not bad, but it's like it might create what I call too much noise overall, and therefore end up on this is not good because it's just too noisy for what it's supposed to be. Specifically if you have like different shows. Obviously right now the poster sizes that we have are not um good, but this is bad. This is this isn't good. No. That's the same amount of noise. Um ah um maybe more complex for you, not for me. So maybe not. But let me see if I have it. Can I do that? Can I Ilya? I can Ilya directly, yeah. Um Ilya's been building shit, and in the shit in question, let's just open it. In the past few days, or in the past few months, he's been having things like this. And currently I am kind of, you know, uh, doing some shit like this, which is similar to what I have in my head. It, obviously, you wouldn't do like the bottom blurs and so on, but still, God, this shit is flying all over the place. Um, there are like other things that we've seen in the past that are pretty good from him directly, and based on the fact that Twitter decided to change this section into not a grid, this is really bad. I hate it. um, but there is like a folder illustration icon thing that I think could be useful because it is a folder. But not. I'm giving myself 3, and then I give up. And I give up. God damn. Yeah. I don't want to create something bigger and wider and shit, but it's also like kind of makes sense. Yeah, GUI is interesting. It is from Jakob, so we are using Jakob's animation thing and so on. I think they've done a very good job at creating that morphing effect, and it works pretty well. I would love to be able to do that on ban, specifically on the buttons um, that go with the system guest face. Well, come on in. Good morning. How are you? How's the thing? How's the thing? How's the day going? So on this, for example, I would love to get like that gooey effect. Why is this shit? Why is it so close to me? I hate flying things. My bad. Uh, so officially, I have some sort of a an animation here that is, it works. But if it was gooey, that would be interesting, and I wouldn't mind like gooeying this. So potentially, potentially getting that. I don't like this though, mainly because performance, goddamn. But this one is really cool. I love this. I love this. This is fun. Um, yes. Other than that, that's about it. But yeah, this is something that I would probably implement somewhere. Um, yeah, I like doing. I think it's mostly fun. Yeah. This will be things for TV, by the way, so I could apply it desktop and mobile too. I don't think you can, Stony. um, with the make it a carousel and carousel grouped by which I'm guessing you're saying a row year by year. I feel like that's gonna be too much, too many year by years, probably. So I would not recommend it. Um, I don't think I have, but this one is close enough. That shit could work as a presentation, specifically the non-open version of just the folder and in the top of the content, and on the hover it expands. It's a simple-ish rendering, but it's not like a good rendering. And specifically now that we have this thing that is available, easy to potentially implement, this could work. Like this is something that you could put in place in a way that is working with the carousel thing without being too disruptive. It would probably take like 2 entries per uh, option, so you would lose one, but it would be more pleasing, I guess. But like shit like this could could all clean. Congrats. Let's see. Feels. Let's see. Let's see if the drops after the shower is lending you. I don't know. If it does, like last time, then you gotta stop being stinky. God damn, that is centered. Congrats. You're gonna bump into each other. That's what I know. Yeah, yeah. You know what? You have to be clean. You have to be clean. That's it. That's it. Yeah, you have to be clean. You need to take a shower before you land. Other than that, ugh, ugh, ugh. Lone traveler, we're calling. How are you? How's your day going? Um, so I wouldn't mind this as a simple concept, not necessarily the effect itself, because I feel like this might be a bit redundant and annoying after a while. What, you know, um, yeah, that's not, that's no good. Um, so, why not? Why not? You have the code with the entirety of the code in question. Could work, could be good, could be nice. I don't know. Congrats. I mean, you wouldn't have missed much. You wouldn't have missed much. It's just French. Don't worry about it. Even us, we don't really care. Also, goddamn, these corner radius. Why are people doing this? So yeah, this one is a potential. I don't necessarily like it per se, but I think it's fun enough that it could work. Um, and could be fun. There is like a ton of things in the previews in the landing page that are just showcase so that you can, see stuff nonetheless. That folder option is a folder option that I think could work. Mainly because you have like posters that can be displayed in it easier. So yeah. Um I think
Delete me.
uh this is a bit of a different take. Um I think the French in Belgium is easier for some things and harder for others. In the sense that counting in Belge is easier than counting in French, even though they are kind of the same. Instead of having the math going on, they have proper names for 80, 90 uh, that we don't have. So that's a thing. Um, the I wouldn't say it is simplified French because that's not the case, but it is something that is easier at times and other at others. The main point that I wanted to say is because Belgium has two nation languages, like official language. I don't know if the French is the most important one of the two, based on where you are. Yes, kinda, but also not really. And learning two languages at once is harder, obviously, but it might be more beneficial for you to get the Flamand side because it is also like very used in Belgium. So yeah, um, you should say no not. No not is septon no not makes so much more sense than 70. Yeah, but it's still like one of the languages. It's the same thing as Switzerland, where they are expecting you to speak both specifically. But yeah. Eh. Eh. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, as always, the main point is just you need to practice. I think you don't need the exclamation mark, Stony. I Might be wrong, but I don't think it did. It did go through. It's supposed to cut much earlier than this, but it didn't. It's fine. Um, I see. Yeah. And yeah, Belgian Dutch is different. That's true. Give me a second. Give me a second. I am so tired. It's crazy. It's crazy. Anyways, so other than the fact that I want to complain, Stony, about what you've made, um, the complaint right now is coming from the size of the icon within the card. This is massive. Like, even if I was changing this and using the bat, if it loads, it's not full width. Like, your sizes are kind of all fucked around. So I don't know. Anyways, other than that, I don't think. Is that the thing that I was talking about earlier? No, that's not. That's another not an option type of situation. Yeah, that's the animation that I wanted to do. Oh damn, I'm gonna steal that. um so yeah, other than that potential for the thing, which would mean for you specifically, I would say it would make more sense to do a 3 situation instead of, you know, anything else. Like, I feel like this is fine. It's not great, but like a 3 situation with your container on top is, and I'm obviously using a size that is not good, but is an easier thing to do than any other option. If it's just me, which is not the case, but if it was just me, this would glass the fuck out of it. Like, we would glass effect this with a bit of a background blur right there. You know, I just know how much impractical performance-wise this is going to be for Chrome and other platforms. So I know, but goddamn, I would. I would do that. And I feel like this being like half of the posters themselves, potentially going into on hover here as a, you know, as a presentation might be good enough in order to just like unhover, just like, oh, it's fanning out. Could, but yeah, again, I don't know about performance on that because of how the component is. And then in terms of sizes, I'd go with uh probably 300 in width, because like two of that is 150, or maybe a bit smaller than 300. Right now I have 325, which is obviously bigger than expected. I think like a 250 could be a thing, you know, not like that. Oh, that's the reason. I see. I see. That's the, yeah, for sure. That's why it took a bit of time to, you know, to load everything. Fair point. Chris, welcome on in. How are you? How's everything? Figma just said, let me load the thing. You know, I don't mind this potentially. Yeah, I don't know. Which app? Which app you talking about, Chris? Layer name are purple because they are components. That's the reason. Yeah, that to me that seems like an okay-ish thingy. It's not great though, but it gives you a bit of a longer title. The thing that I'm seeing right now is that you're losing a ton of space. This is giving you 4 when the current version is giving you 7. So with again the 7 with me being on a screen that is smaller already. So um bother me that the layer names are not purple. You don't like the fact that the layer names here are not purple? Um, I mean, nothing in there is a component, so that's potentially a thing. Um, Also, Chris, to bounce back on that just a smidge, um, the app needs to be simple in order to be adopted, but it also needs complexity in order to do the thing that it's supposed to do. Perfume is complex but annoying because the database is the thing that is the most important part, and I don't have the ability to fill the database properly. But it has like a lot of complexity. But the main point was to make the complexity disappear from the end user, and just me as the thinking architect, um, making sure that it kind of works. But yeah, and then can is just a list of things. So yeah, Um, it's also one of the things that we do as designers and all creators of apps. Uh, they we find something that exists and we just redesign it slash make it different because we figured out that, like, I don't know, something in it just doesn't make sense. So if you just want to, you know, I don't know, I'm going to say something bad, but you have a crosswords app. There are plenty of them, but you want to create one because you don't like the way that the others are existing. So your goal is to make sure that the existing apps still feel familiar, but the thing that bothers you on these existing apps is fixed on your side because it's probably not bothering just you. It's probably bothering a lot more people. So with that in mind, you just go in and you change one thing or two things, and then that's it, and your app is done. So Can specifically is basically that. It is meant to be a fix on Enki. The God damn it. The app the app system in the previews is the thing that pissed me off the most. So that section of like seeing the data with numbers doesn't make any fucking sense to me. But that's just like how my brain works. And that thing on every single card is a pain in the ass. Like it doesn't make any sense because this should be based on the system, and as long as you are like uh, properly doing a quiz, the system can understand that. Like if I go into, I don't know if I'm corrected on this one. Um, if I go into a quiz and why was this in light mode for a second? That's bad. And I say, okay, that's Ta, that's she, and then I take a bit longer to figure out that that is Se, and then here I'm get cool. That's the same thing, and then Te is right there, and I'm good. The one in the center, Se, took longer than the rest. Therefore, I wasn't sure. Therefore, even though I gave it like the correct answer, good is the thing that is going to be selected. Easy is for the other four because I basically clicked on them very, very fast. But the system is aware of that. And if I'm like taking even longer than the 20 seconds or 10 seconds that I took, if I do, okay, let me use a joker, and then I'm not sure, and I select the wrong one, this was really hard. So this is going into the next quiz, no question, because I use a joker, I messed it up, so I don't know that character. Like that's the type of thing that in my head makes so much more sense because it you have the information and there is no need for this. And this is just like limiting you and slowing you down when you're learning. So again, this is basically the reason and basically the thing that I've done. It's just it's basic behavior of regular Anki behavior, but I just need it to be uh, better in the simple parts that piss me off. The same way that Duolingo, for example, has the exact same issue for me of if I do, I don't think I can do that. If I do a section that I kind of know that we don't have anything to write, and this is fucking up my skills. Like right now, Sakana is this one, so I know that's the current one. I tapped on it. If I check, So that's 1 click, 2 clicks, 3 clicks to get to the next fucking question. And then sometimes they do 1 click. If I answer correctly, then it's good and I can continue. But it's just like sometimes, and I don't know why that is the case. And I'm still answering correctly, but I still have to click on the continue, which makes no sense to me. So that is one of the reason and one of the things that kind of pushed me into uh, getting Can to be like a bit of a better system during the quiz, because you don't need to be stuck and or forced to press a button to move forward. And yeah, so again, that's just like I can't type. This is not gonna be good. Can't type on this. I can't. Like, same thing right here, for example. This is a place where I need to type, and I'm not focused on the input by default. Like, I need to click on it first in order to be able to then type, and then I need to check, and then I need to press on the continue. This is such a waste of time. Like, that one specifically is a waste of time, and also uh the other like um question types are a bit of a waste of time when you need to reorder words, because you don't that's not the thing that you need to learn. You need to learn, like, do you understand the sentence or not, and not can you reorder the words in your own language. Like, do you get it or not get it? And that's about it. So I don't know, it's a weird thing nonetheless. So yeah, it's not necessarily the top priority. It's also like some people are saying that because there is a pause, your brain can assimilate what just happened, compared to what I have here, where if I know things and I'm kind of fast with it, I'm not sure I can answer the question, what was the first character that I saw in the 5 questions right there. I think it was there, but I'm not sure. So, just because my brain didn't really have the time to process, I still had everything right. So I don't see any issues with it. But yeah, I guess on things like this, probably going to be a bit more complex. This is not supposed to happen here. This is a bit like, none did. Um, so yeah. Um, they You can change it, by the way. If you go to settings uh and you change your color scheme, you can. If you like red instead, you can do that. Get red instead. I need to move back the iCloud down and the subscription down as well, because I mean, subscription needs to stay at the top, but iCloud needs to go under customization. I feel like this makes more sense for you to know that you can change the number of questions, the number of content in there. Um, Makes a lot more sense. My preferred theme is the indigo one. I feel like this is the closest to what I have in mind. The gray one is good, but you lose some readability in some places. So just for the sake of readability, I kind of wanted to use this one. This makes sense. But yeah, you know. But yeah, like for me, the main point was just I have a pain point in the other apps that I don't see them fixing anytime soon. And they kind of did on Duolingo, for example, but on the other apps, they kind of haven't. And therefore, it just doesn't make any sense for me to not um, fix it and build my own product and see if it works. The thing that is kind of sad is, again, based on today's title for the stream, I just need marketing. And I know I've been saying that for like 2 years, but I just need marketing. That's it. I might just have to do the things, but yeah. So that's a bit of the reason. Bit of the reason. I just hate the marketing things. Stony, you just made the card itself smaller. Also, you are probably engulfing coffee right now. uh, you just made the card smaller and not the icon smaller. Which is really interesting because the can in Jikan is the same that I use. Um, like that. That's Jikan. That's the name of the thing that you just linked. It's I just use the second part of the word for my own app, logos and names and things. So that's funny. Nonetheless, much better with the card sizes. Um, am I seeing some almost concentric border radius? God damn. Almost there. Also, I could have just zoomed in there, you know. It could have worked. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good amount of content, I'm not gonna lie. This is pretty neat. It looks clean. When it comes to like what they are presenting, obviously. So that have a good rest of your day. Please take care of yourself. Enjoy the work. And we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. That's broken. Oh my god. um I don't know. I don't know about that. Not that I care, to be honest. Like it doesn't really matter if it's AI generated or not AI generated. Like I think it's fine, specifically now, specifically for code stuff. I'm like, yeah, I don't mind it, but eh. I think the easiest figuring out if the thing has been AI generated or not is just the amount of commits on the repo itself and the age of the repo. So if the repo is like 2 weeks old and it has 1,000 commits, I'm like, this is AI generated. I don't really give a shit, but this is basically what it is. If the repo is like very much older, which is the case, like this is 4.08, which was in 2023, they've been working on this shit for a long time. Like 2017 was the first releasable version. Yeah, I I wouldn't mind if they had started like last year. It would have been the same thing. And I don't mind them integrating some AI softwares to just go faster and be able to ship more stuff. So, you know, as Tony just mentioned, I do just care about the fact that uh, the results are accurate, and that's yeah. The thing that I would potentially need you, Tony, for in order to understand and figuring things out. Um, how the fuck does that work? How does one create an API, and what do I need in order to store the data in a way that it is accessible from an external point of view? Like, how do I do that? Um, because it feels like I should basically create or what they have. Again, I'm going to say things that I think works, but I don't know if that's true. I believe this is just they have a database with the content that they are providing and serving, and you just have an endpoint that says through the API you can ping specific um, line/records in the table, and we will give you in return like something related to it. For anime, we have specific things. There probably are some foreign keys in order to give you exactly like what is uh which actor is linked to what and so on. So a lot of information. But I know that right now the thing that I have in place for Perfume specifically is not as good because it's not like a database with the content. It's a local file that is mirrored with the cloud server on Apple servers that is then republished or re-downloaded on every devices. When technically speaking, I could get the local file that contain, I don't know, the top 10 of each brands. And if it doesn't find anything, it just pings the API slash my own database that is cloud based. And I would love to be able to do that. I know you've done similar things in the past, I think, but I don't know how that works. I think I have the gist of how it works, or at least how it's supposed to work. But maybe I'm wrong, which is fine. They, they, yeah, yeah, exactly. Um, that is that. Yeah, the response is properly what I was expecting to find. It is using my minimalist as a source of truth, which is pretty useful. I I like that. Which means I kind of trust the data a bit. So a table with all the perfume branding, the table with fragrances, and another with flavor profiles. You return the data in a format of JSON payload and join things together. So you would split things differently than me. I see. Is there some sort of a rule of if it's external, it's like a foreign key slash a different subtable? Like, for example, right in the example that you just gave with the Dior perfume, you have the brand. I guess Dior would be on a separate foreign key slash different table for all the brands that I have, so you can have like a relationship in between the two. And then in another table, you have perfume name with the key for Dior, which is basically the same thing that we have right about. I saw that a second ago. Like the name of the ID, for example, so that it's linked to something, but it's a foreign key. And then if there is a perfumer and you have a table with perfumers, all of the names, because there is not so many, and they are reused all over the place. So nonetheless, my question is just, is there something that says in the same way that an element in Figma needs to be a component as soon as it's used more than once, is it a similar behavior in database slash API creation of if the data is used by multiple records, then then it is going into separate tables as a foreign key because it is easier to just ping the table instead of rewriting the same data twice. In which case it would be kind of weird, but it could work. But yeah, it could be interesting. I'll see if at some point I can get that. The only issue that I have is that I wouldn't be able to host, like, yeah. Yeah. So I have a good mental model of this. It's just the price that doesn't make sense. And I know like a VPS is probably like $5 a month, but I don't have certainty of $5 a month coming in with the app, so I can't get that in. What do you mean finished airing? What do you mean? Anyways. Okay. So this is pretty good. I'm also thinking that like here the data is like no authentication because this is a free API, like you can just access it if you want to. So that's a good thing. In my case, that might not be an option. But yeah. I know you have that. Yeah. That's a lot of things, though. God dang. God dang. I wish I understood that better. I wish I understood that better. Um, but yeah, we have something, I guess, technically similar. Um, like this is roughly the same, kind of. Um, with my sub things. It also contains a ton of information that is related to uh, the user itself. What? Yeah. So the reference, or what I currently call the reference fragrance, would go into the database, and then the rest of the content would stay on device, which is already the case. So it's feasible. It's just like tech wise, I don't think I can get the hosting. I think that's my biggest issue. Um, yeah, one day, one day I'll go further. Um, in understanding. Yeah, I don't think, I mean, I think my data storage is currently clean-ish. Um, in the sense that what is it? I forgot. I don't think this is, I feel like it should be somewhere around here, but that's not the case. Um, and yeah, that's the current system that I have. uh, so basically, I have my reference fragrances, which are linked to based on the database system. I have a brand table that contains all of my brands, which is foreign keyed with their IDs, and then I have my discovery sets, perfume names, same thing, foreign keys, and then the reference themselves are ID link to their reference in like brand and shit. But there is too much. On this one, I have 16 columns, and the thing that is bad, I think, is the fact that most of the content, like for example here, my notes are displayed in a way that makes sense, but in reality, it's a JSON object thingy, which contains sub-object, um, and some other things are basically exactly the same thing. It's it's just a bit too I think it's a bit too much. I think I have a bit too much data in there to make it make sense. But yes, it is not that bad. Um, so right here we have the thing that is good. I have slugs for deduplication so that it goes from the brand perfume name, and then if there is a duplicate with a different type of concentration, it takes a concentration at the end, so you might end up with uh, the same name, which right there they are the same name, but it's just like 2023, 2024, same exact thing. But yeah, the this is just displayed as a as name. Um, but what I mean, where you have your genre stuff, is it in the movie itself? Ah, it's right in front of me. Yes, indeed. um, mm, it's in a syntax that I don't necessarily understand. Um, but it kind of makes sense. So your general ID is inside of the general database, and then the movie is just pinging the ID itself. Um, yeah, interesting. Eh, yeah, I don't. So I don't think I can do that. At least not in the current system. Um, but it would be, yeah, it would be better. Um, yeah, I think the referenced thing, like your thing that is currently genre, is going to be either my brand or my perfume name, and that is like the thing. If I know that my brand name slash genre name is linked to perfume, then I can search by um, the brand right here so that I can filter through and get all of my perfumes from that specific brand, and which apparently I have 17, so I need to refill this. But yeah, um, I it kind of works. It would have been easier instead of typing the name with the English letter if I had used the brand ID instead. Like if I just looked at that and then filtered by that brand ID, get everything, which apparently I get 163. That is so much better. Not 17. So yeah. Yeah, I'll probably figure it out at some point. I think it's pretty good, as you mentioned. It's not that bad so far. There is a lot of things that would benefit from getting updated, like I have 200 more perfumes on my phone right now because I updated the content. Um, but yeah, no, that is not the case. The reason why it shows us the name here instead of the ID itself is because I asked Claude to say, I can't understand the ID, so just do a reverse match and give me the correct thing. So basically, the field is giving me the ID, and then the system is, yeah, handling the foreign key relationship automatically, because it's otherwise I would not be able to understand it. So yeah, that is the reason. I am, but it's pretty useful. It made my life a bit easier at one point, and that's it. Just what point? Like the current thing, the thing that is kind of bad is that it is useful for me to say, um, do I have, like, do I have perfume from, I don't know, let's go Dior because it makes sense. So I do have this call. Let me get the ID in question so that I can go through things, get my brand ID here, see how many I have, and then I know that I have like 315. So the only thing that I can then do is go on to Fumo specifically, look at Dior, look at the brand itself, and then see how much um, Parfumo knows and how much perfumes there are. So, for example, Parfumo knows 326. I know 315, meaning that I'm missing 11 perfumes unless I have a ton of things in there that have the same name and I just didn't pay attention to this. So that system, that database system that I have currently is meant for me to just go through things and figure stuff out. Like for example, here we have name and name. One of them has the apostrophe, the other one doesn't, but it's the exact same perfumes. So I need to then go into the CloudKit database, delete the one that is useless or merge it with this one so that it makes sense. Um, but yeah, um, maybe, maybe. Again, I mean, I wouldn't. Let's be honest here. I probably wouldn't do the thing. I think Claude would be doing the thing for me, which is fine, by the way. But yeah, I don't know if like Laravel is the best option. I don't know if there is any other options, to be honest. Um, but if it's like easy to understand and the syntax makes sense and it's good enough, then yeah, might just work. And as you just mentioned, by the simple fact that my hosting, or at least my domain provider slash hosting provider, which is kind of the same, I think, unless I moved my hosting slash domain to Cloudflare, in which case it's fine. Uh, I could probably host that or that content. The only issue that I see, which I've been complaining about, is this. At 40,000 records in free tier databases is usually too much for them to provide the service for free. So yeah, I don't know why, because it's not that much. It's like less than 100 megabytes. Um, so yeah, I see. Well, maybe I'll take a look. Maybe I'll take a look. Maybe it would be fine. To build something. I don't know. I don't know. Again, right now it's working, which is the most important part. Like the thing is in place um and it's not good, but it's okay. And the migration is the thing that scares me also. Like every single on-device record is linked to the CloudKit record with basically the CloudKit ID and the local ID being merged together into one. And that alone is basically necessary to go through. So yeah, I think Genie could probably help as well, as you mentioned. Um, but yeah, I don't think I have reached the point where I'm confident enough slash uh, certain enough to say like, oh yeah, I need an API for myself. I think at one point, yes. And so if I can tackle that soon, it's a good thing, but I don't think I'm gonna have the need for that anytime soon. Um, but yeah, I mean, yeah. If it's also AI implementable and I could get like a goddamn, that website is so shit. Sorry, in terms of performance, this is so bad. The thing is lagging so much. Um, that's probably the reason, right? That's why you like it. That that's the reason. Um, that is a big ass name at the bottom. Yeah, if it could get automated and if the thing works and if like there could be some NA10 running at the same time. Um, yeah, interesting. Interesting that it is .cloud. Um, However, the fact that there is like 195 agents and that I'm seeing that guy profile picture 6 times, 7 times right there. God damn, that I don't like this. um, I don't like this. But to be checked, yeah. I might again. I know that I guess that's the most important part. I know that the current implementation is not good. Um, it is sound and it works, and it it provides something that is enclosed within the Apple ecosystem, which is good because therefore I don't need to secure the data and be more careful. But it also has potential issues in the future. So thinking ahead is a good thing. But then again, the the fact that the current user base right now, we have 1,000 something downloads and a total of roughly 8 daily active users. That time is like not for tomorrow. The time is for in 5 years potentially. So if I can think of it now in terms of, okay, we will need to have a migration at some point because the system is going to get too big. But yeah, I think I've done that at some point. Yeah, I think I've done a PHP.new, just something, and I gave up because at the time I didn't have agents and other things. So yeah. 1 second, I need a pee. Anyways. Yeah, I I'm thinking about it. All that because you told me or showed me Jikan, which does the API slash database system on their end, which I mean, based on what I just saw on their own thing, they basically have Minimalist as a database for everything, and then Jikan is just the transformation so that it creates the API. So it has the data on the minimalist servers and databases, and then it's just like the relationship in between the two. I think, from my understanding, that helps you get like the correct data through minimalist um, database, which I think is a good thing. Which again, with that being a system and them being a community base like platform, the potential ability of me reaching them or reaching out to them and saying, I'm building an app that is just there for, journaling, and it uses perfumes, and I would love to get access to your database if that's an option, because I'm not like, I don't want to scrape your content because you have like a please don't scrape um, bot files, whatever. So I want to be respectful of everything that you have. I'm currently just using the platform for like the images that you are providing in the OG, like the Open Graph. So that's open. But if you have like a database, that would be appreciated. And if I do so, if at some point they said yes, that gives me basically the entirety of their database with proper data, kinda. Um, and then new entries and stuff. And that could be a thing. But I'm expecting them to say, oh yeah, cool, we can provide full price. And then I'm like, I can't. It doesn't make money. So, I don't know. But the same idea. The same idea of basically creating like an API endpoint specifically based on the database of Figma could. Like this would be so useful for me to be able to get like new releases, information, data, reviews, and so on, images as well, because they host this. Like this is, if I'm not mistaken, stored somewhere in their libraries. So there is hosting already paid for, and I could just get access to that. I could. Um, but no. So yeah, and right now also the other thing that is kind of bad is that right now, as I've mentioned, this is only for understanding purposes and not really managing purposes. So I can only use that as a, do I have everything that I need from that specific brand or that specific perfumer or that specific whatever era here. And if I do, then I don't need to go and add more perfumes to my existing database. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I scrape, yes. If I really use a full scraping bot, yeah, 100%. Right now, I'm just using what they are providing for free, which is like if you have a link, you get the information, which is fine. So it's like if I give you that, going back to the exact same thing, and I send you this, the OG content that is there, the only thing that I'm doing is that I'm using the link as a link, and then I'm extracting this. I'm looking at it, and I'm saying this is pretty cool. Let me just use that. So it's coming from the OG. It's coming from the Open Graph. It is accessible, officially speaking. So to me, it's safe. You mean on that link? Not that. What do you mean control you? Here? On the site? I don't think that works. Ah. Nope. These are not shortcuts that that we have. What do you want me to take a look at? What's the name of the thing on Shift U? Because Control I is inspect, right? Is that the thing? Yeah. You know what? I didn't think about that, but I don't think this is good in the sense that like using that, using the metadata data and the thing that is in there, um, it's probably not the best option because mm, do we have just is it just OG? It's not. It is. Well, we have nothing though. We have product type, uh, link, which is good. The image in question, the description, um, which could be scraped-ish, but not necessarily. And that's about it. So, yeah, nothing, nothing really interesting in there, at least not from my point of view. And meh, that's fine. I guess so that's Control Alt. That's it. Not Shift Alt on Mac OS. Um, ah, like same thing here. Their OG content is a bit more interesting because it gives you like more images, more outputs potential. So potentially I could define exactly which version of the image that I wanted to have because, you know, they have like alternative versions. But other than that, that's not good enough. But yeah, again, currently the goal is just to get the um, yeah. Um, leave a note that you've been there. What do you mean? On what? On what do you want me to do that? In the source in question? I don't think I don't think I do. I don't think I do. I don't think my brain is computing anything right now. I'm not gonna lie. Are you just gonna land again? No. Okay, cool. Good. Retribution. Um I don't think I fetch, if that makes sense. Uh, in the sense that what is happening is that the app is displaying the OG content image only by uh like this like viewing the link. I think that's all that the app is doing. I don't think it's doing anything else. So there is no message um about it because it's not coming from me, it's coming from the user's device. So I'm not responsible. Like the system does the thing, but it's just coming from the user's device. So if the user wants to add something and they add like a perfume or Fragrantica link to their new perfume that they add manually, then that is the user choice. Like basically from here, the usual thing is that let's say I have a perfume that doesn't exist, and I add it, and then here I add like the Parfumio link in question. That alone is the user choice. It's not a necessity and anything. So I don't really know exactly what is happening behind that. I think maybe the app is mentioned, but I'm not sure. Mizzy, welcome on in. How are you? You're fast to drop today. You might just miss the target. Yeah. um. So I don't know, Stony. That's the thing. I should not have opened it with this. Let me see. Let me see. How do you call that thing? Um, so in the we're doing pretty good. Apparently no. Apparently we don't. Apparently it's just like a Safari thing with the information about the OS. So yeah, I don't know if this is again a necessity on my end. I do see your point of potentially being like a bit more advertised on what needs to be so that it has like a bit of a trace and or a source, but yeah, what is the best practice here? Is it like better for me to just add that and potentially get blocked, or yeah, is it slamming their websites? They can contact you to get things resolved instead of them just banning you outright. I see. Well, technically, yeah. I see. So you're saying that God damn. Today's your day. That's wild. Um, Um, yeah. Uh, sorry, I'm just blown away by the fact that DeepSeek V4 is so fast right now. It's blowing my mind. Um, yeah, I mean, I see your point, Stoney. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. That's what I just changed. Made sure that we had this. Um, and then the mention that it does like site like Fragrantica may block or behave differently when they detect a non-browser user agent. If that happens, you could fall back to Safari when a request fail, which I think that could work. Maybe it could be integrated. I don't know if that's a thing of uh like coming from Safari, because that's basically what is happening, but having on behalf of the preview map with more information. I don't know. Um, I mean, obviously, right now I am in a domain that I don't know, and everything is blurred because not that my email is unknown, but it is right in front of you. So, you know, for security's sake. uh, so non-browser user agent, I guess. Yeah. The Again, the thing for me is that it will make at best at best when it's like a very active user that has a lot of the in their collection is their first day. User that is not paying, so a free user, at best 24 calls, no more, no less, on their first day, if they wanted to add their maximum 12 perfumes in their collection and the maximum 12 wish list perfumes, and that's it. For a user that decides to pay and then imports their collection, let's say they have a collection of 800 perfumes, it might be 800 on a given day, but I have doubts. But yeah, um, but yeah, I feel like um, that could work. Um, can I type? uh, me see. Uh, so yeah, for me in question, it's like um, most of the behavior is just like technically nothing happens like on any given day. The only time that I got uh, IP blocked was because I was re-importing my collection and I went through all of the images very, very fast. Like basically the fetch happens when you go through the open a perfume page. So I did that and it just worked. uh, and it worked for the first 12, and then the 13th it gave me the Tortue Ninja perfume. I mean the bottle image and so on. And after that, basically until I changed my IP, it was working. But that's just because I was going too fast. So I put some barrier to make sure that we have delays in between fetches and so on. But yeah. But also it's not like, again, it's not like a scraping off the page. Is just like whatever is returned as the OG content. Um, so yeah, there is one. Um, I think that's what I'm talking about, which is what I call the delay, which is the rate limit queue system. Um, mhm. Yeah. So basically, what I just done right now, based on the flag from earlier, um, I went back to the I'm advertising as a browser session because that's the case. It's technically just a browser session, based on the like content of the phone in question. And then at the end of that browser session thing, I get the Perfume app on behalf, basically in parentheses, of me, and a text that says uses public open graph metadata only, just as a safety, so that it is advertised that it is me coming in from what it's not me, like it's the user coming in to get access to the public open graph metadata and nothing else. So that potentially it could be like, as you just mentioned, uh, amicably sorted if necessary. But yeah. Um, yeah. And it's like it's marked at the end of the this is using the browser basically. So it's like browser as app or in-app browser basically. Um, and then by me for that. So yeah. And we have a rate limit at 2 seconds, which I think is not necessarily good enough. Um, Mm, yeah, I don't think I can. Uh, for one reason, it's just like usage based. A user might have add 10 perfume, let's say 12, uh, in their first usage because they have like just 10 perfumes of the same brand and then two perfume of something else. And therefore, that would not work with your, I mean, your, with the 5 request thing. So, hmm, might not. But I'll check. I'll probably change the 2 second to 5 second. Um, yeah. let me let me show you in a second. Cool. I'm gonna show you exactly how it works. uh, right now, the user is like, "Oh, I need to add my Dior collection to the app." I'm gonna click the plus. I'm gonna look for Dior because whatever, and I'm gonna select the perfume that I had, and I know I have 16 others. So I'm just gonna go to the plus and go there and say, okay, I have this one, I have that, I have this one, and I have this one. And then I say done, and all of these are going to be added to my collection. So that is going to go through. It's delayed and it's capped. But yes, a user can create, like if they wanted to select 16, they could. Um, so that is then ending up in that case where the app icon or the image doesn't load, and it just doesn't load. Specifically on that view, it doesn't load. On the main view, it would load after a bit. But yeah, it's when you are importing multiple perfumes at the same time, the processing of images just doesn't happen. If you are not doing so, if you are processing one at a time, it processes them when you press the next button. So when you go from here and you say, I'm just going to do the same thing as usual. Like tank is the one that I want. If you say next on add to collection, it goes through, then it requests the image. And if it's good enough and we have something in return, then this is going to be going through. So, like it took its time, but it goes through. So, um, so right now it's not the case. But it's just like, it's taking its time. It's taking its sweet time on that. Um, as to not be like a spammy bitch. That's the point. So with the same system and the thing that we talked about earlier with creating an API/database that is cloud-based and centralized, that would be the type of shit that I would have to do um, semi-manually. And yeah, it's it would make it easier so that I have like my own database with my own content and the correct data that I want. The only thing that I'm not sure about and kind of can't do is getting the data correctly because I don't really have a lot of options. Right now, as a single person, the only thing that I can do is going here, opening the app itself and saying, okay, cool. So um, that's the perfume that just came in. Let me take a look at what it has. What are the notes? So I'm going through the notes and then I'm basically entering that on my phone manually to get everything, and then I move on. But yeah, it's uh, it's a lot. It's a lot of work. That's also why we don't have all of them. We just have a little amount. Like this one has 100K. Parfumo has 200K. I have 40K because handmade and also based on one of the data set that I found. But a lot of the content is duplicated and I would need to clean it up. So there is like so much that I need to do. Like the thing that I want to put in place here, for example, is a sorting and or a check that is like going back to uh, what I said earlier. If I can, and I don't think I can, but do on name we have one character that is different or two characters that are different, and character is a special character like an apostrophe that is added. Or here we have her and him. They are not the same perfume, so these don't count. But the one from earlier that was like just the apostrophe e, that is missing. That's the type of shit that I need to fix as well. So it's a lot of work. So it takes a lot of time. Like all the ones that are currently set to unknown makes absolutely no sense because we do know we know where the country is. So it shouldn't like that should never be the case. We should always have the ability to just say, oh cool, the country is available in the brand and it's set to unknown in country, meaning that we just need to update it to known because we have the information. So that's like important, useful. And then UK and United Kingdom and America and USA is also like different namings and things. Um, yeah, I think what you just said. I think the API part is the easy part. I think the data sanity and the fetching and content and so on is um, the annoyance. Like I do think that the current system is good. I think the data cleanliness, that's the word I was looking for, is missing. That's what I need. I need like better sorting tools on this thing to figure out exactly how I can um, ensure that my content is good. And the reason why I'm talking about API is because it seems easier, and I'm probably wrong, but it seems easier on my end to say created a cloud-based database that is a true duplicate of the current one, and then from that create a bridge in between the CloudKit one and the API inside of the app so that I can mirror things and properly understand how things are supposed to work together. And then once that's done, um, migrate slowly to the self-hosted managed version, but that's like that's a lot of work that I can't do. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. Um, so yeah, it's just it's overwhelming. Like you can see the dread on my face of like I don't want to do all that. Like it's fine, but goddamn. That thing doesn't work. Anyway, so yeah, that's it's gonna happen at some point. It's just like not the easiest. Not the easiest. Um yeah, that's the other thing that is pretty useful with my current system is that um there is no real downtime other than Apple is down, which is rare. uh, so that's the good thing, right? It's just we have the database in question that works. I think I talked about that before, which is pretty annoying, and also one of the reasons why I'm going on or through all of these hoops of figuring out exactly how this things should work. Everything that I want to do of creating a, a dashboard somewhere on the web that I can access, that I can manage the content of the database and it can sync with all of the users, is available to Apple developer programs things as long as the user slash account is a brand account. So um, if I basically say I'm not a single dev anymore, I'm now an enterprise like company account, then it will unlock the REST API for iCloud and CloudKit, and I would be able to do everything that I'm talking about almost instantly. However, that switched from the $100 a month to something else, and I think there is some sort of a usage-based system, and you don't necessarily get in if you like don't necessarily uh, what's the word? Uh, brain word. um, qualify for the enterprise thing. So it is feasible. That's the other thing that is fucking annoying. It's just I know it is feasible. I know it's supposed to be easy. I know Apple has the REST API that I need to use to get access and modify the CloudKit um, records in no time is with no issues. But because I'm a single entity user, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So I don't know. You stream when I go to bed, Stony. That's not an option, by the way. And yeah, Kane, I've seen that. I've seen that. I don't know if I like it. I think the presentation and the preview is really cool. Um, but it also like the thing that I don't like about it is the fact that this is content that is supposed to be unique and that basically it's the type of shit that we've seen um, so much. Like we have a ton of that is already sub-saved from before the Codex Rock um, little guy kind of came up, and I don't know how I feel about it. It just feels like a rip-off of the existing things, on top of the fact that this is obviously easy to create. Like it's just a blob with two eyes. Mm. So, you know, but like these ones, that one is a bit of a different thing. Obviously, when I'm looking for something, it just doesn't exist. But like these ones are very much the same. Um, we had another one like this one as well. It's just like a different shape, but it's like so I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't mind it, but it's also nah. Um, however, however, this timeline that goes properly in transition in between shapes and specific head poses and so on. This is really cool. The player itself is pretty cool. It's really useful if you can create your own animations. If you can say, okay, I'm gonna create a bit of a looping things that I can just do and play with and have fun with and just like, you know, play with it, then that's good. But um, yeah, Gade,
Props
are we gonna
underscore
have the
TV
we
raided my
do
stream with
we
28
do.
viewers.
Welcome on in, props. Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, as always, feel free to ask. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. If you need a raid and run, do that. If you need a raid and stay, do that as well. If you are into hardcore techno, you can go and follow props. I came
Spar
into
underscore
your
Gibbs is
stream
now following.
yesterday when you were in the BRB scene. And it was the first time that I was lurking when you were in BRB and not in currently chatting, and I was not prepared for the music. I appreciate it. I like the music, but I was not prepared. So welcome on in. How's the chat going? How's the styles going? Jesus, welcome on in. PTZ, welcome on in. Um, I would love to take a look at your business cards. Yes, yes, for sure. Yes, for sure. Um, NSPA Gibbs, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. God damn. Cutie, welcome on in. How are you? Patco, welcome on in. I just saw that. Um, we're currently looking at this weird ass thing from the. That's not the Jeremy that I know. This is very French. This is a very French name, specifically here with the accent. Mm, yes, it is. We were talking about data earlier because I have the perfume app that needs, sorry, I have the perfume app that has a lot of data, but I don't have the ability to organize and manage the data properly. So with that, we end up with a lot of issues with perfume that have the exact same names, but missing a character. So it is a pain in the ass, pain in le derrière, in order to figure out this entire thing. So I really don't like it, but we need some fix on this thing. Sometimes later, probably a better rendition of this database is going to happen. But right now, this is not the case. So we're going to wait. We are going to wait. On the other end of things, while the French is still there and the things happen, I released my first AI skills yesterday, officially. Not really, kind of. It depends. And it is a design skills for the people that are not designers that need some sort of um, a visual helper. It's pretty good. Track ID is currently this, which is get a job, which I think is potentially appropriate for me. Yeah. Damn. That makes sense. I do need to get a job. Let me click on that. Let me complain about it. Well, all right. Props, you need to allow me in. Um, um, I don't think I'll be able to give you that. So basically, the I'm gonna go back there while that's loading in the background. This is coming from a label slash renders that is called Aim to Head. It is officially a YouTube channel that provides DMCA free music, and that's the only reason why I'm using it on stream. They do have sometimes something that they say that there is some copyright, but the user is allowing me to use it, which is kind of weird. Um, but that's the artist in question. They are releasing a lot of music, and in the past few months, I don't know if they have moved from being a label to being an AI generated music provider, in which case I don't like it as much. But they have styles of music that I think is a bit better than other DMCA free thing that exist. So that's one of the reason. And then if you just want to, you know, check them out on YouTube, you will see the fact that the video covers are usually AI generated, and if you scroll far enough, it's just ass, which is always appreciated. I think if I go, I don't know if it's this one or if it's on official. I feel like official is probably going to be the best place. Basically, they have the official one, like, is the DMCA free version. Um, but yeah, if we go back in time, it's just ass. Rachel, this is like from 6 years ago, so that's why I'm like, I don't know if it's like AI generated stuff. Nonetheless, it's cool, and they do some very long playlist. So I like it. I like it. Um, and they are on every platform. Aim to Head is on Spotify. They are on Apple Music. They're on Deezer. They're on YouTube. So that's a good thing. I do like them for that. I do like them for that. Um, all right. How much roasted do you want to be? Goddamn. So I'm guessing it's just these. Just these. You have a QR code, which is a pretty good option. Uh, so there are multiple things that I kind of like. I This is different than what I'm about to say, but it could work when the first thing. Uh, when do you plan on using these business cards? Like, is this just for events? Is this just for talks that you are doing, and therefore you have um, a booth and you will talk to people, and then they can take on your business card, or is it um, like business related meetings and so on? That's the first question. You said um, Gamescom, B2B contacts. So, okay, you have uh, things in there that are pretty good and other things that might not work necessarily. So, in the in the top version, which will be what people are going to see first, I guess. Um, I
Cell food is now following.
I am SEO recording. Thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I am on the team light mode because, and that's the most important part, you can write on it. You can add a note. You can add a different phone number. You can have the link to another website in there, like an ad for your, I don't know, your streams or something else that can be added by hand after the fact. So this is one of the reasons. Otherwise, here you would need to always be with you with a white pen, and here you kind of can, but because of the gradients, the rendering and the print, based on whoever you are using for printing, gradient is complicated and will usually have some issues in rendering, specifically if you go with a Vista print type of thing. They will butcher the gradients, and I would highly recommend avoid gradients in general here as well, but also, why not? But having a bit of space kind of helps to be able to just sketch something out, give a bit more informations, and so on. Um, on these ones, I'm more on the team gradient, even with what I just said. But still, the thing that I don't like or dislike the most is the bubble itself. I feel like your effect isn't good enough. I know you can do better. Also, by the way, props, I have something for you. That's a sub thing. While I'm thinking about it. I discovered this earlier today, and I think it would work for um, your website specifically. The goal of this thing is to use Tailwind to get inner inverted corners. And yeah, so if you wanted to do tabs or shit like this with your current website, with the thing at the top that just bleeds in, so that you don't have to get like the corners inverted in PNGs. That might be a good thing. It is from the screenshot that we have. It is kind of pixelated, so I don't know exactly how good it is, but nonetheless, it seems pretty good. So yeah, I saw that earlier and I said that's for props for sure. Anyways, so uh, here, um, not a dev, still not a dev. I don't like the font, but that's a personal take. So we don't care. That's a me thing. I think the first one is kind of harder to read than the other one, and it's it's not that it's too heavy. It's mostly that it has not enough space within it. So I don't know. Um, This, I get it. It's basically your marketing pitch, but I don't know. If and there you go. If you want the term that I use is dev designer because I don't dev much, but I design more, so there is more dev designer in it. It is. It makes more sense. It makes more sense to me. Um, Kane, I don't know. That's a good question. I think the content of this business card is kind of not the vibe that I would go for because it's a square slash rectangle card, and I would rather go for a card that is cut to the form of the chat bubble. So basically, all of that being the card itself, and none of the gradient in the background. And same thing on this side, so it would be cut, but like opposite. That would make so much more sense for me. The thing is, it I don't think this works. That sounds like a design slop, which is not necessarily good. A dislopper, maybe. Dislopper is weird. Um, so it would need to have um, it's just a time issue. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could do that with Sticker Mule. They have cut on demand type of thing for stickers, and that's the thing. Um, I don't know if I have them. Let me check. But there is, and you probably have seen it many, many times. There is one of the greatest business card of all times that is I think Maggie has done that. Is it going to be on branding or is it going to be on packaging? That is the question. Uh, I'm guessing branding. I'm not sure that. Um, do you know, by the way, props, do you know who you're gonna go for the printing? Because um, that's also very, very important. Um, I mean, if I give you some examples of well-designed business cards, this is not going to be a good option because you're going to say that you can't. um, I'm not going to find it. I'm looking for it. I'm not going to find it. That's the usual thing. I think if I search best business card, I can find the thing, but yeah. Um, God damn it. Germany is going to print. Do you? I mean, based on the fact that you said that you've known them for years, do you know their quality? Have you worked with them in the past? I'm guessing yes. In terms of, you know, gradients, outputs, quality, and so on, I'm guessing it's good. But yeah, this is the type of shit that we've seen for the longest time. It's really complicated to ensure that it exists, but this is roughly the best business card I've ever seen because it's just like a straight to the point, and the back of the card can be absolutely white, and then you can write whatever the fuck you want on that card. So I like this. It's easy, it's simple, it makes sense, it's straight to the point, and so on. So that's, to me, is some sort of the gold standards right now in the current scheme of everything that is happening. A lot of people are introducing some very different business card type and shapes. Like this one is really fun. This is the type of shit that you will not throw away. Like if you give me your business card and it looks like this, the probability of it being either still in my wallet 10 years later, I'm never throwing that out. It's so cool. So people are going into that direction, and that is very interesting and very fun. And therefore, if you went with the bubble chat bubble thing as the shape, if that was an option, I'd do that. If that's not an option, don't and do something else. Do you know if they have um if they have different sizes that that they can do? Because, for example, Moo, which is one of the print-on-demand thing that I know, which is similar to Vistaprint, they have different sizes and shapes and formats that I think are really good. So if you have like a different shape that already exists, that is available in their shop as a default thing, and different types of papers and so on, maybe do that. Um, but yeah, like these ones are pretty interesting because they are memorable because they stand out. These ones are the regular ones, and these are the one that are the pain in the ass because they are taller than the others, and therefore people just throw them out because they stand out in their wallets when they save it. For example, I have one uh, that fell down. I have some. I don't think you will be able to see that, but I do have some cards that are right here at the edge that are just like sticking out for no fucking reason. And this is my travel wallet, so it doesn't really get anything out. But I do have like some cards in there that just stands out for no reason that I would love to not have stand out. Um, so that's the big ass square one, pain in the ass. um, it is my travel wallet because it takes my passport in it. And because my travel is basically France, Japan, Japan, France, I need my passport. So I just needed a travel one. um, Nonetheless, you can get things which I think would be pretty useful. Getting the chat bubble being embossed could be interesting. Getting some stylistic gloss on the chat, if that's an option, could be really interesting. Cost wise, I don't know. If you can make the corners rounded, not rounded, I don't know. They probably have some rounded corners options, which I think would probably be a bit better. But the thing that I don't like here is the contrast in between the chat bubble and the black. And that's why I'm going into that direction. I think that if you had a chat bubble on top and same color in the background, it could potentially be interesting and it could potentially be good. I don't know. Um, Damn. Did you do that? I think you did that. Yeah, you said I'm not allowed to copy shit. God damn it. um, yeah. If you go black, you never go back as always. But like, if you go black, I would go for these ones because this is the cleanest of them all. I feel like this is really good. That could be a holographic foil on top of these two things. Could be really cool. but gradient is too much. So I'm basically in between these two. I prefer this for the simplicity, but I don't like the background being black, specifically if the front is white. Um, Nonetheless, the the drop effect of the bubble and the avatar are going in different angles. They're not. They are going in the same direction, I think. Or they look like the same direction, or are you saying that this one is like 45 and this is not 45? Um, I don't know. The thing that I don't like about it is this. I know, I know. It's such a big details. I know, but this is bad. This needs to be flat right there. Um, like then, in order to get the effect, um, yeah, you need that to be hammed, and then in order to make it work, you basically need to have the concentric quarter radius. Ah, ah. You know, the same as the top right there, where things are concentric. So we want to ensure that this is like the same thing. Um, a small amount of change should be fine. But same thing here, like that needs to be flat. That needs to be flat. The the content is debatable, and that's the thing that I'm like unsure about. You have things that are picture quality that needs to be displayed on a card that is so small that I don't know that we will see the details. I'm almost certain that this is going to be pretty much like non-visible, mostly like a blob with some texture, but not too much. And I don't know. Um, so I I'm scared of this. I'm scared of your glasses going away already. Like right now, the picture itself is kind of pixelated. I don't know if you have a better one. If I pixelate it better, it's kind of more soft, which is good. But I fear the quality kind of butchering things and rendering things like less readable and easy and recognizable that they need to be. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm scared of these two images. Um, and then placement wise, there are things that are kind of debatable, but they work. And font wise, I don't know. Um, However, I kind of like this being kind of a curve right there that kind of matched not necessarily matched the curve of the profile picture, but getting like a bit of a not weird section is pretty good, at least for me. Um, in order to get like a proper curve, I would get this to be like a bit longer. Right? It really gives you that curve things if you have the ability to change the font. Um, but yeah, that's good. This no background shadows for the same reason as earlier. So that background shadow is looking good on your screen. It's not. When you try to print this, it's going to be such a mess because your text is officially white, meaning that there is no ink going in. It's not white, like it's a lighter color, it's a bit of a beige, but it is still going to be less ink than the rest. So it will need to darken the near portion and then no ink there. It's just going to be a mess. So I would highly recommend to avoid that. and that's why I'm going for the white version because it's kind of cleaner overall. Um, it would make things easier. I notice as well that you have that gradient in the background here. If um, like I should have clicked on their fucking yeah, I'm gonna say there. Spind is my print. Like when I have anything to print, I go to them. Same thing as you with the German one. Like these are French. I know, sorry, it happens, but they are good, and they have a ton of different type of papers. And so if I see that they have like a paper that looks kind of sepia slash older shape, which is basically what you have with that gradient that is kind of orange-y. It does have a bit of a purple around here, but it's mostly kind of older paper. I would go to them and say, do you have an old paper so that we can just print in one color on top of the card? Because that would be so much easier. Like if we go with this, for example, that would make it so much interesting because I don't have to print the inside of the chat bubble. So that's a thing that I go for most of the times. I don't know if you will have um damn, they've made so many since then. uh I don't know if they kept it. This is mine. We've made that together for my previous company in partnership with Swindlers, which is a friend of my sister, a friend of the family. So she made the illustration in the background, and it's a bit heavy. The thing that is fun is that now that this is that worked with Swindlers, they have been working together, as I can tell, on a lot of other projects um, right there, and that is really cool. I'm really happy with that. Nonetheless, so playing with this shit is pretty good. They have their holographic papers, which is really cool, and so you could, instead of getting the gradient, if your printer does that, ask them to just get like holographic paper in the background, and that would be so much more interesting um, than the gradient. So if you can, 100% do that. Do holo in the background. That just stands out so much. We've made some business cards in the past that were like very much similar. I think they have one that they have done like a while ago that is just the logo itself is holographic, but not the yeah. I think that's the one. The logo is in holographic, but not the rest, and it's so subtle. I like it. So maybe do that. Maybe do that. These one was very fun as well. Um, so again, the only thing other than flexing on you that we've worked together with very cool uh, branding and cards, get in touch with the printer that you have to see if they have like some weird papers, holographic foils, and thing that they can do on a short timeline that they would be able to do because you've been working with them for a bit and therefore they know you have like multiple respects and so on. That could be useful. So holographic for this, yes, why not? Therefore holographic for the back as well, I don't think so. I think the holographic here would be detrimental to the business. um I think that's fine. I think that looks cheap. I Something about it feels off in quality and execution that I wouldn't trust you. Again, if that's not a designer that you're giving the cards to, I feel like it's going to be fine. But if I'm going to trust you for like bombastic chat design, I'm kind of expecting your chat design in your business card to be as bombastic as it needs to be so that I trust your taste and I will be able to say, oh, yeah, that's good. Like, I'm going to go to their website after because I trust that what they are creating is good. Right now, I don't know if I will. Um, unless we have an amazing chat, and then at the end, I'm getting you cards just to get your info, and then we can be in contact. I'm probably not gonna go to the website. I'm not gonna lie. So maybe I don't know. Maybe try a version that doesn't have the chat bubble in the background, and maybe try another font for this because um, it's yeah. Take it. What morning? How are you? Have you? What morning? Not how have you been? What morning? Thank you for coming with the raid. Um, so that the, the thing that I have a bit of an issue with in terms of the font is the readability and the font choices that you have right now are highlighting things that are not necessarily um, the best option. Um, I don't know. I think the can you give me like copy paste fucking options, please, so I can just touch up the design, please. That is in your share settings, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Um, Damn, I forgot about that. Yay. I think that works. It does. Thank you. Appreciate it. So I'm gonna take the front as well so that we have them and can play with it. For me, uh, for me here, if I remove the chat bubble itself and potentially the effect on, oh, you've done that with a stroke, interesting. Stroke plus drop shadow. Um, right here, my main issue again is just why do you have a frame here? Oh, that's because of you. I see. So that's one of the issue. First of all, I'm gonna move that properly here. Move that there. Get that fill in. I feel like the chairs could be here instead. You have what we call bleeds. So you need to make sure that it's good. It takes 69 for no reason whatsoever. It's gonna make sense. That background color is gonna change, but I'm gonna see if I can just dim it down by adding some white on top. So that it's just like it's there. You have something. It's fun, but that's it. It's just like a subtle thing. So you still have some light holographic in the background potentially, but you know, why not? That font, I think this is heavy, which makes sense. It's the impactful thing. It's the thing that you want the person that looks at your God damn it, no, your business card to remember. And therefore, I kind of want this to be more impactful than what it is right now. So right now you have it at like 55, and that font is a bit condensed. I think shrimp could work on this one, because it's similar in terms of weight, not necessarily the same thing, but yeah, it has some interesting things. Otherwise, Wally could be interesting, but it's very, very opinionated. Nico is fine. Nico is fat as well. That's a fat ass. Um, I would probably, probably, um, you're at 50 here. I'm almost tempted to go fatter. Of course, it's a last name, bitch. Of course, you don't know that word. Because that way you are kind of aligned with the profile picture. If you want to keep that, I don't know if you want to, but you know, whatever. And that one, the issue that I have here is that you are using Plex Mono, which is a very dev font, which is fine. I'm guessing Fira code is another one that you have potentially checked and doesn't necessarily work for the same reason. The saw and condense version, not necessarily good, but it's also pretty interesting in what you could achieve with it. Mono is kind of deep. So I potentially go there with a Fira condensed, and then that could work. There's something about it that I don't like. And that dot doesn't need to exist. That's too close. That line break is too close. That's not good. I don't like it. I think, yeah. I think I'd remove that. Probably go for one of these. I do like the cheers. I do like the cheers. I feel like this is a personal note. These are just characters and symbols that are available in your computer. I forgot the name. It has a name. It's not Unix characters. It is not ASCII characters instead. It's a special type of character, but it is a character that is Unicode. Thank you. God damn it. Appreciate it. Brain didn't want to cooperate again. I I'm kind of not the biggest fan of that split right there. I feel like this could work better. Was we here? I don't like. I mean, I don't mind this because of placement for that. You know, brain is out of token. Yes, that has been since yesterday. I've been having a lot of issues. um, Eh. Not necessarily good. I'm not going to change that. That's going to break shit if I do so. Um, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're good. We're good. Everything is okay. Everything is okay. It's just it's the usual. It's the usual. Uh, yeah, maybe that. And then, so going back to what I was saying earlier, that if you want the brutalistic things for the effect, the easiest version is to do a drop shadow, which is what you had with like 0. But when you do so, you end up with that teeny tiny bitch ass thing that I hate. So in order to avoid this, I usually go for um, 1 pixel by 1 pixel and create multiple variations. Obviously, you still have like a bit of a shit ass indent, but it's fine. So you do that, you duplicate it, you just move 1, 1, duplicate it again, 3, 3, and so on until you have like the size that you want it to be. Because in printing, um, it's it's gonna be fine. Like this is not pixelated wise, this is not something that's gonna be visible. Whereas when you go back to here, it's still going to be visible even uh like pixelated. So yeah, I do logos. I've been working on some of my latest work is Mima right there, which is this teeny tiny thing, which was pretty fun. We had a bit of fun on Stoney's file um, with this last Monday for the potentially new-ish, I don't know, logo for arrows. So yeah. What the fuck was I? Oh, I'm here. I see. We've done the logos for Stony as well on let's say yeah, I do so. I'm expensive as fuck though. But yeah, I do. uh I can make an exception. I can't. Uh uh this maybe. I don't know why you're doing this way, but you did, and it's fine. But goddamn. Goddamn, that's not what I wanted to do. Um, that's what I wanted to do. Dang, 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 dang. Um, no, not 10%. I said 100%. You have, yeah, you have the prop enable. I see. This one has a different weird things. What about making them above, well, cell phone icons and email icons? Yeah, they're exactly what I was about to say. This is, yeah, this is about late. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Um, uh, this needs, uh, this needs treatments. Um, I think Mono could potentially if we make it like smaller, but yeah, I don't know. Uh, Damn, that's not enough. It's to be inside 6, I'm guessing. Yeah, 6 to 8. Uh, mm, Something's off. Something is off. I don't want to do that. Mark is great, but also yeah, for sure, for sure. Uh, it could work. It's weird enough. I don't think you'd go for that. Mark is great. It's just like you don't have the funds. I'm telling you right now, you don't have the funds to buy the license for Mark. Uh, it is. I only have it because I made a client buy it, and now I have the license. But before that, I didn't have that. Palmer could be good for this specific use case. Palmer could be good just because of how fun it is. Sunny, thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Well, you know, I mean, technically on business cards, it wouldn't be necessarily an option that people would just check, you know. But yeah, still, still. Um, the fuck you mean? Oh, I see. Okay, cool. Uh, I think I'm gonna go 8. Feels like a proper thing in terms of sizes and displacement for the effect in question. I feel like that's okay. It is a lot of drop shadow also, Flora. Come on in. How are you? How's the day going? I feel like that could work. That's gonna be bad. If you want to print this and have your face being visible, that's potentially a good option. Like it could work. But yeah. Also, let me just go back because I saw something. You said I need a professional logo for my small business. I have rarely done stuff like vector graphics. I just do derpy and all cursed stuff, which is good. Um, yeah, I mean, how to make a logo is a very simple thing for me, but eh, eh. Uh, interesting. I'm still not convinced about this. Again, I don't want to mark because it's just I love it, but that's me. Just mark is good. Um, Nico is fun, quality is fun, but that's about it. I like these. These are very much um new trends, and people are using them. So potentially Sphere is an option. Um, I don't think the other that I have installed would make any sense for you. Not in there. Not in that department. Maybe a very basic font could work. Basic is, debatable as always, but this is not a basic. I need all of your letters to be there, to be honest. Like that's the thing. Otherwise, this is not gonna work. Um, so yeah, I think it's better. I think Fira sounds a bit better. Um, that's good. That's good. I still don't like that font. I don't know what's missing about it, but something is just like off by a smidge. Um, like this is you have enough space to do so. Right here, your name is longer than expected. That's what she said. But still. Yeah, that font, I don't like it. uh, what about enter display black and 0% and 95%? um, something like that. It, I mean that makes sense. That works, right? It's pretty cool. Uh, this is not an option. That is bombastic. That would make sense. Eh. Hello, Pixel. Welcome in. How are you? How did you find the stream? Um, I guess you find the stream through props. Based on that. Welcome. Thank you for chatting. I appreciate that. I don't wanna enter. I kind of want to check it out with enter medium thing. It's kind of shit. I hate it. I hate it. I have another ID. Um, what about what about we do this instead? Uh, and good call. Interesting. Not necessarily what I was expecting. 4-5. 105. I'm doing a salesman things. All right. Don't worry about it. It might work. It might just work. We never know. We never know. Let me do that. Let me get that. Which is basically what you had in the beginning. But I feel like it might just work better if we do that. I mean, that's fun. I don't think Enter is going to work yet. Actually, I'm hearing things funny. Yeah, I mean, you're not right with the marker. A bit of a marker font could create something interesting for this specifically. But I think the only thing that I would potentially change here is the tail on the bubble. Gasfix, have a good rest of your day. Take care of yourself. Damn. I feel like the tail should be here as a small thing. Potentially. Damn. That is not what I wanted to do. Oi. Oi. I made a mistake, apparently. Good. God damn. No. Cool. Would that make any sense? Maybe. Uh, oh, that's gonna not work. Yep. This is weird. Instead of a standard underline, perhaps a colored underline. Yes. Yes. 100%. 100%. Um, Why do we have a talk right there? Useless. Do we have they? We have more. Interesting. Ah, maybe. I'm thinking about the the shape and potentially uh, the effect, because that could. Oi. I mean, uh, that if we go through a dynamic shape, potentially that could work, and then get some sort of a multiply effect for this. I don't think this is going to be a good idea. Though, to be honest, thinking about it, because if we use blending mode in the rendering, then we end up with shit that is not going to work in print. So we want to ensure that this is like as clean as possible. I do like the effect that we currently have with what we had with the background. So potentially, I don't know. The only thing that I don't like right now is that it makes the reading not as good, not as easy. So we want to kind of drop it down, maybe making it like a stronger take. I do feel like the simple color instead might be a bit of a better option to stand out, at least. That whole thing kind of makes more sense to me. 69, 69 on both sides, which is pretty good. This one is not at 69, which means that we can just bring it in. Oi! I don't like it, but it's interesting. Let me explain why I don't like it, and it's kind of the same issue that I have here in a way. Um, uh, there is, before you go, before you go, there is something very important to be checked, and this is something that I want to teach everyone that is building business cards. Um, when you have this is not a business card, this is just a napkin from my bakery where I had my cake earlier, nonetheless. When you have a business card and you pick it up, usually you pick it up at the corner. You basically want to ensure that anything that is where the thumb is going to be, there's nothing in there. That is somehow the thing that I have seen convert a lot more than anything else. When the place of the thumb in the bottom right corner for right-handed peoples, it is very, you know, um, right-handed and not left-handed people, but still, when they have the ability to just hold it and not have to do this to hold the card, it somehow it changes everything. So right now they would lose the we at chance style GG, and therefore this is pretty good. Here they might lose your last name while holding the card. So they would need to just, I mean, I'm saying here and I'm showing without showing. On the first one, you just lose the email. The second one, you might lose the second Estevo, and therefore I don't know if that's good. Uh, other than that, it's fine. Other than that, it's fine. I think this is not as good. I like this. I feel like this kind of works. As always, if you want to take a screenshot of this while you're here, God damn it, do so. But yeah, I like the underline underneath. I would probably go for a marker instead, like an overlay marker behind like the stream chat thing. But yeah, I think that's bad. I think that thing right there, no good. I think the arrow shape just doesn't make any sense. But yeah, go to your Zumba class. Zumba class. That might with the drop, really. But yeah, I think that could work. I think that could make sense. And yeah, probably would make things a bit better. Good. Take care of yourself. Put that in a stream file for no reason whatsoever. It's just like wherever everything is. But yeah. I think for me right now that drops out, I'd probably go for a brush shape inverted. No. Common direction, regular brush, fatter underneath. Probably one of these or one of these. I feel like that would work. And probably uh more for orange slash yellow props color. I feel like this makes a bit more sense. Sorry. This was not supposed to happen. It did though. Um, yeah, I feel like this makes more sense in placements, and then that um, somehow weirdly makes more sense as well. You know, Yeah, that's the version that I wanted to check after, which I agree. Might be an option. Why? Why? This is not what I said. Sorry. 1 second. That was the wrong key combo, and therefore I fucked it up. I don't like it. I don't like it. Um, this feels weird. I don't. I don't. Yeah. This is a no. Um, Let me see if I can find this. I don't think I saved it. I wish I saved it. I hope I saved it. I did it. God damn. Um, Damn. Yeah, I agree with that. Um, I agree with that. This is not gonna be a thing. This is just gonna be titties. You can't see that. Specifically because the thing that I'm looking for is like a week old. So that I found it. I love this. I love this. This is the business card that they have, and this is so cute. This is so cute. Again, I get this. I don't throw it away. Like it's just I I, I love this shit. That's such a great idea. That's such a great idea. The fact that you have all of the information that you need to have, like within the card itself. So, you know, like this one is pretty cool. We've seen a ton of others in the past that are really interesting, but yeah, that's the biggest scam in the entirety of, you know, anything. It's just like it makes sense, but god damn. So yeah, I I feel like this doesn't work, this doesn't work, this works. As Hugo said, like it's what the fuck do you do, who you are, and how can I contact you makes sense in a way. Um, I can't switch these two. Like doing a flipperoo on these is also like not a. It doesn't work. Um, so you know, um, they are used to the cold. Don't traveler. They're used to the cold, so they can't survive there. Don't worry about it. So yeah, so that doesn't work. I feel like this is the the best of the four, but it's still bad. I still don't like it. Um, I'm also very much a big fan of like business cards that are minimalistic. God damn, that ring is cool. Um, why is today like this? Um, so in the again branding, right? Yeah, branding. I guess packaging is another option, but I think branding is the best option. Um, and also I just did a search, which is the same thing, but the business card that I like most of the times are things that are either extremely creative or kind of minimalistic-ish. And again, I want space to be able to write shit on it. Like um that's kind of my perception of the thing. So there are stuff that could happen in terms of creativity, I guess, in there that could make it more interesting. Like if we went for um, something like this, and I know that Props is not here anymore, but it, uh, whatever. So if we get rid of that and we get rid of the shadow effect, border effect, kind of, I mean, the border can stay as long as we make it 8. And then the thing that I kind of want to do here is flattening. That's interesting. Flattening these to making them. Bitch, are you sure? Absolutely. So, um, the thing that I have in mind right now is different. Way different. Um, basically want to get these there, that there, and then this. I can't. This is gonna not really work, but um, maybe I don't know. We'll see. Um, you're still there. You're still there. Take care of yourselves, Pops. We'll see you soon. Some shit like I don't think the shadow makes sense on here. I don't think the grid makes sense. Get the fuck off the grid. What? That would benefit from a posterize effect thing. I don't know. Nah. Sorry. I shouldn't have done that. And Hugo, I kind of agree with you with the fact that things are too big or were too big a second ago. So that's I don't know. Um, and also, yes, making it a vertical business card would be an option. Um, this opens a lot of options as well, which I'm not against. Like if we go square, let's do 260. Let's put that like so. Put it up. Bitch. I don't know. Ah, no. Eh, not that. I think the fault is shit. That's probably the main issue that I have with this one. This will never work. Um, it's not, but if you create your bleed, so the margin, properly, and you ensure that basically you have enough space if it fucks it up. Like there is always a millimeter or two of leeway in the cut process if the print is shit. But based on the fact that they are going with someone that they know and it's a professional printer, I trust them to cut the things properly and print the things properly. And if you again, if you give yourself like a teeny tiny amount of leeway just in case, like let's say you have um a 40, like you make sure that this 16, 17 around is kind of safe, so if it gets cut you don't lose anything, then you kind of that's kind of fine. The thing that needs to happen is that the print file, the thing that goes to the printer, is showing the rest, like showing the outputs and the edges and so on, not the entire thing, but like all of the thing that needs to be cut so that they know exactly where things are going to fall. And I feel like that's a fine option. Um, I'm tempted to do the opposite now for obvious reasons. Um, from the thing that I said earlier of I'm just covering your face and not your name. I feel like this is a bit of a better thing. Font is still shit. Font is still shit. Um, die, Palmer. That's fitting. I don't know. Um, yeah. The thing is, rendering chat styles bubbles is I forgot this, not chat.style. Um, is not necessarily going to be good. So I don't know. Like most of them are like right now we are in this department, I guess. Um, we could go there. Ah, I see they tried to achieve what I have as a chat. Damn. Um, they failed. Um, well, that could be an option. Doing multiple styles of print and so on. The thing is, in order to do so and to ensure that it is properly printed, it's going to cost a lot more. So, in order to avoid that, damn, we usually avoid multiple variations because otherwise it's just bad. I still have a bit of an issue with the placement of these things because of how uneven they are. So I'm gonna manually, I think, do that. Yeah, that's more centered. Um, I think it would be great, to be honest, to get like multiple card printed. Um, I just think that it's financially impractical when it comes to when it comes to the the time that we have before the print. Um, yeah, no, I agree. I agree with your point. I think it's a good idea. It's just like impractical in practice. So wouldn't. Um, this is interesting. The font is bad. That's kind of the only thing that I have um, right now. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Um, I'm thinking. Don't worry about it. Um, I'm looking at the template that we have here, and so none of them really make sense um, as a presentation. So Sorry, what the fuck? 1 second. That's a notification that I should have had 16 hours ago. Yeah, that dumbassery. God damn. These are some titties, but also look at this. Isn't this great? Obviously, I'm talking about something and now it doesn't flow. Look at that. That's so cute. That's so nice. You still get some titties. Kinda, not really. I'm guessing these are either photographs or illustrations. I don't know. But they've been doing a ton um, of them, and they've done a pretty good job. I like most of them. Uh, They also have Threads has this issue where the notification thing that is supposed to be right here doesn't want to stay where it needs to be until you kind of start scrolling and that goes up. But right now, because I'm on uh, screen usage and it doesn't really recognize taps, it just doesn't work. Anyways, it's fine. So going back to this, I don't think any of the chat styles would be appropriate for business card. This one is the cleanest, but wouldn't necessarily look as good on a vertical thing. Like I'm not against it, but I feel like it it would be kind of off. This one is clean and it's fun and it's pretty and so on. This one is very opinionated, but they don't necessarily work for what needs to be in there because if you think about it, you have first message that would be at the top of the card. So you know what? Let me just do that so that you get the ID. So if I get this and 671 um 671, that's crazy. Vertical format, right? You would get the message at the top, which would be your first message um in your first chat bubble, which implies that in order to get this, you have the name of the person that sent the message that would be in its container right there. So I'm just going to do that very, very badly and very quickly so that both of them have a background thing. So, you know, we can do thing with it. So, bit of a different color. Let's go drops kind of orange for some reason. Um, and can do that. Can do 1616. And we get 16 is kind of not enough with that font. Right, we get a chat message style thingy that kind of is reminiscent of the things that happens in chatstyles.gg. So that's a thing that kind of makes sense. Let's do 1232. Let's do 2032, I guess. Right? That's the first message. So that's the thing that the people that will take or pick up the card would read first. Then you would respond with yourself giving this and yourself giving this, right? So it it's not that it's bad. It's mostly that it doesn't really work with the medium of a business card. It like it feels off to me, specifically, and I don't know. Not a bad idea. Technically. Okay. I was thinking about avatars, but I feel like we don't have the space, and that's the thing that is not great. Um, Hugo, that's not a thing. The sender right and receiver left is not a thing that we do on chat UIs. Most of the times, it's really, really, really rare that it's just like a conversation in the chat bubbles designs. It happens. We've done it, but it just doesn't make any sense. Um, so yeah. If it is Twitch chat, which is usually the case, or YouTube chat, it's mostly always on the left side and or right side, depending on how you want your thing to be. But it's rarely a conversation. I have tried once to get my chat to have, when I post something or when Stream Element posts something, it's coming from me and therefore it's on the other side. It just fucks up everything and it looks wrong. So yeah. Um, I think this is okay. I think the placement is fine. It's not great, but it's fine. We have space for the thumb, as mentioned before. The background is interesting. Um, the the spacing could benefit from being more spaced, you know? We can do that to do thing, but it's just like to feel to feel the space. Um, uh, Adding another message is not the bad option, but um, yeah, I do think that the tighter things right here, like at 32, would be so much more interesting, better placements at least. The only one that pisses me off is Cheers because Wellington Estevo is low. So yeah, um, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but that's interesting. Uh, the only thing that we don't have here is the face, which again I think wouldn't print properly. So I'm not against losing it. I'm fine with it. Um, I think what makes it wrong or not as good is the font again. Right. Mm, no, not best. Have a good luck, cutie. Appreciate it. Um, God damn it. Yeah. I think what I want here is basically um some sort of a halftone and other effects. Again, I feel like this is what's gonna happen. This is not props anymore. Yeah, this is someone else. This is someone that tweeted this is that guy from Linkin Park. Uh It is kind of Chester, yeah. That's fun. That's fun. Welcome back, Stony. um, yeah, for sure. You know, eh, maybe. um, Definitely not work. Definitely not work. I guess, yeah, but that's like kind of not the best rendering ever. So maybe not. I don't think outline would make any sense. Yeah. I mean, that's funny. Kind of bad. Um, I'm just checking the shaders that we have. Perfect. Perfect. Ship it. Mm. Yeah, nah. Yeah, it is. It is the logo. Warps is not going to work. Chromatic is not going to work. Pattern refraction is not going to work. Um, I think halftone and dithering are the best option right here. If we wanted some effects on it, I love this. I feel like this is such an interesting thing. It creates something interesting. It creates something that is unrecognizable, but also from far away you might recognize that there is a face in there, which I think is funny, and I kind of I like the effect. Um, but it's also impractical. So, you know, like that's cool. That background effect is really cool, but that's it. So this could work. I don't know. This is shit. Not gonna lie, this is shit. I'm not even gonna keep that shit. Uh, I think the pattern that we have here would be an amazing thing added in the background if I had access to it, which is not the case. Or at least it's not the case right now. Maybe it is the case.
Cheers is now following.
Cheese? I guess. Cheers. Welcome on in. Thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Who are you? How are you? How did you find the stream? That's in a total misorder. You're coming from the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome on in. I would love to see the background that he's made. He already have done that. Goddamn. Goddamn. I could have just picked some shit that he has. And we could have started with that right away, instead of me trying to recreate some of his fucking thing. Goddamn. And we also have profile pictures to reuse, things there. It's still no backgrounds from his profile picture. That's the thing that is kind of sad. I wish I could, but we don't have a single variation of his background thing, as far as I can tell. So that's kind of bad. I don't think that exists. I don't think I have his website URL, the one that he shared before. I don't think I have it saved, and I don't think it is with props. I think it's with Savannah. Yeah. Oh, that could work. I mean, it could work. It couldn't work, but it could work. I just feel like this followed by this potentially followed by this, even though this is kind of weird, but it could work, it is going to be a bit of a weird rendering. Oh my god, these are tiny. These are tiny. But it could work. Again, if we just take that in, we get that bitch. I don't have the font. I don't have the font. Oh my god, I don't have the font. What do I have as a pixelated? This is not gonna work. I don't think I have. I could use that for now, for the sake of presentation. Maybe. Maybe. If we do that. You know what? Why not just do that? Right? That's just the bot does this. I don't think Cheers is gonna be a good option, and I think this is an image. Got it. That's not what I was supposed to do. It's fine though. It worked. um, it does make it a lot better, to be honest, because now you get proper rendering of the things in question. What? Still, if I do this and I center the things, that's supposed to be the bot. Dang. I don't think it works as a business card. Um, like it's fun as a concept. I think it makes sense. I think you can potentially get like a duplicate with um this one is just that and this one is just this, and therefore you can have your bot saying two things. And again, if I get the bit of a rotation that I had earlier, just do that for the sake of presentation. It could, but it's just like not. I don't think it's practical. I don't think it's also printable in ways that it would make sense. The last one stands out, but it's also like one of the reasons why it might be something that people will take a look at, just because, you know, it stands out so much. But if we get like one of the other one, is this one is the other first one, and the font itself is just gonna say cheers based on the messaging that we had earlier. So these ones could work with the same, with the same ID, the same reason, because they have the same style of things. This one could work as well, but I don't think that would work, and this would not work either. So this one's fun. We don't have it. This one could work. We don't have them. They're more like images instead. Then active thing, we could do that. But yeah, the thing that is not working for me right here is the fact that this is not how I'm expecting a business card to behave. Um, like I'm looking at it and I'm like, what am I supposed to read? What what is currently happening? What is the like what is the content? I don't know. I have no clue. So I don't know. It's kind of this is kind of weird. I don't mind these two. This one is fun because there is the face as well, but it's like it feels like it's there for spacing um things, no other reasons. I like this one. I think this is pretty clean. This is fun, but that's it. It's just fun. It could be inverted. We haven't done the alternate version of just putting that on the other side. And this here. Um, well, I did not do that. And if one side is normal, one of the previous option. Well, that's not the case. uh, the first side is supposed to be the chat logo and the like the logo itself. Like that's usually how business card exist and behave. And therefore, if you do not that, or if you French, if you don't do that, then this is not what is expected. Um, so I wouldn't uh, experiment too much on this, to be honest. I mean, here we have the space to do that. Probably do mix of that. Yeah. Um. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe I need to sleep on it. Maybe Props needs to come back so that we can have a chat about it, what needs to happen, and so on. But yeah, it could work. It's just business card related. It is really complicated because you want two things. You want one, like your information is to remain something that is known by the person that has your business card in their hands. And they need to understand exactly what is currently happening and how things are going. So that's the main point. The other thing is that um like we need to get the attention of the person that is seeing the card in saying, "Oh yeah, cool. I can see that." So it's basically creating a flyer for your business in the smallest of format. And the thing that you are not taking into consideration in there is that a business card, if I have one, uh, is very small. And again, we expect like one side to be uh, the logo and the other side to be the information that is related to the person in question. You can see how tiny the text is right here. Even on camera, I don't think you can read that thing. Um, First of all, because it was upside down, but like also because it is so tiny and it is Japanese, so you might not be able to read that. Nonetheless, it is very, very small. So the content that you would display on the business card needs to be something that is easily readable and easily understandable, and therefore we could like this one, we could make the font way smaller, but then we don't have enough content to put in there, which is fine, but it's also like kind of with chats, like representation of chats is the thing that doesn't make sense for business card. The bubble things on the side of the face is fine, I think. The others, I may have put the font a bit too big, thinking about it now. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Nonetheless, we'll see. We will see. I'm sending you to Finite because it's been a while and we haven't seen Finite in a while. So going there is a good idea. Going there is always a good idea. So as always, thanks a lot for being here. If you enjoyed the stream, please follow the channel. That will be highly appreciated. If you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord so that you can ask there and I can answer there if I have the time, or I will answer on stream. If you have a big ass list of perfume that you use that, and a big ass list of links that you share with other people, use that. As always, if you learn Japanese, use this. And if you want to get the moms you like it, use that. What do you mean hits and follow? What do you mean? Don't do that by mistake. But yeah, I should be back on Friday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time to talk about other things. Officially, Friday is review day, which is exactly what we've done today, but like officially. So if you wanna, you know, if you want me to have a look at something that you've done, please come back on Friday. But yeah, still having this shit one day I will, not today. But yeah, good stream today. Appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. I appreciate that. And I'll see you on Friday. Take care of yourself. Eat something. Drink something. Be kind to each other. Enjoy the raid. And I'll see you soon. Bye.